How we doing, chat? Welcome in. We're listening to some music from the Critical Role campaign, which we're allowed to use, which is super sick of them. Sick and dope that they allow everybody to use this music. So we're just kind of hanging out. We're going to get into D&D tonight. It's going to be a good old time. We're going to relearn where we were at, take a little recap of what was going on because of it's been a couple weeks since we were last here. So we'll get a refresher so that everybody's kind of caught up. And then we'll get into it. Like I usually say, we never know what's going to happen with this crew. So sit tight, hang on, and we'll see where they take us, I guess. So I'm going to pause this music and see what they're talking about now.
To a mechanic.
Hey, guys. Hey, we're live now.
Hi. I was about to say, you guys are live on my end, too.
Whoa.
So, Lapras, if you want to hide the fact that you are a cyborg from the entire internet, now's the time.
Now's the time to do it.
Yeah. Switching my name from chaotic to cyborg Lapras.
Cyborg Lapras.
Hi, Goofin.
Hi, Goofin.
Hey, Goofin.
Let me adjust your audio again, Lapras.
Our pal.
That's fine.
Pal and friend Goofin.
Fair warning, half of us are like low energy and not feeling so hot, so...
I'm not feeling great, but I'm high energy.
I'm ready.
It's a mix.
I'm running through the wall behind me.
Now, Thorpe, are we on YouTube or are we on Twitch?
You're on YouTube today. All D&D streams will be on YouTube, so I don't have to worry about re-uploading, like downloading and then re-uploading, saving, and all that other stuff. So.
That is clever.
You're on Twitch too.
Good idea.
Because I saw you stream on Twitch. I'm like, I thought he was streaming on YouTube. I'm so confused.
Yeah, I was like, I miss my friends on Twitch, so I went back to Twitch. I'll be here sometimes. I'll be there sometimes. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not restrained to. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you? You can't subscribe on YouTube though, right? Like,
subscribing on YouTube is like following on Twitch.
Yeah, but like you can't Twitch subscribe to someone on YouTube.
If they're partnered with YouTube, you can. It's called being a member. You get to give somebody your member on YouTube,
and you get to be a member. It's odd. It's super odd.
But you have to be partnered with YouTube, and before you can be partnered with YouTube, you have to be monetized by YouTube. So, but I'm not worried about any of that. So, yeah, I'm not worried about any of that. I recuse myself from Twitch affiliateship, so I can't make money off of anything. But that also means I can stream anywhere that I want to. So. Before we get in, I'm gonna go turn my AC on.
21.
Wait, is that part of the subscription? I thought that was just partnership. I thought affiliates could stream elsewhere.
Would you like to hold? No, you can't. You can't stream elsewhere if you're a Twitch affiliate.
All right.
Would you like to hold or
hit me?
Maybe one more time. What?
Me individually, or like if I created another online persona?
I think if you got caught, you would get in trouble.
You would get in trouble if you got caught. But obviously, if you're like small,
I don't know about that.
If you are in a contract for affiliateship with Twitch and you cannot stream anywhere else, and if you created another persona and got caught, you would lose it for your other one. Because it's like
it was through the persona of Chaotic Lapras.
It's like the NIL agreements for like college athletes. They don't own, but you're in a contract as this person, and if you're as this person somewhere else, then you're breach of contract.
I think it might be if you're like really big, like a VTuber, it might be different. Because I know VTubers, they mostly stream on YouTube, but then sometimes they have additional streams on Twitch, and obviously they get something from that too.
Yeah.
So I guess it kind of depends what your contract ends up being, but most of like it is you have to stick to one.
Yeah. Either way, we're here for D&D today.
No.
No. Last time, 3 weeks ago, we're cutting it down, and we went from 5 weeks to 3 weeks. So, 3 weeks ago, our merry crew of adventurers here helped save one of their hometowns from a fiendish invasion, not demonic, because that's abyss, not hells. Fiendish invasion. And after going to the other town, made their way back to save some refugees, got them back to the still standing city where rebuilding is beginning to happen, and got a letter from the leaders of the city for some sort of meeting that they weren't entirely aware of, made their way back to City Hall where they were granted the ship and ship's belongings of the once noble Louis family, and made their way over to said ship to investigate their reward for what they had done. Upon arriving, they discovered a very elegant ship, one that will do them very good in the future. Upon exploring a little deeper, they found a guardian of said environment, and all of the notes that lay there within that they laid waste to fairly handily. Upon defeating the monster, or towards the end of defeating the monster, they encountered a new figure that appeared to be fairly friendly towards them, knowing things that they don't know quite how he knows, but knew some things that led to their trust. Upon talking with him, a more shady figure appeared, and after some coercion was able to gain their trust as well, where they learned about some of these objects or keys that they've come to call them and what their purpose in this world is. Upon a very tenuous agreement, they agreed to house this person until they returned to this new compatriot's home to learn even more about these keys from a supposed expert, or as close to an expert as they can possibly find on these endeavors. After having done that, they decided to make their way back into town to possibly find any tidbit of information on these fiends that they encountered and what they may possibly want with this world. Two of them made their way to a customs office, something of the sort, where Rose knew the ship builders and ship maintainers, where they talked about getting theirs outfitted more in their kind of style of things instead of the very macabre, dark, gothic style that the ship is currently outfitted in. Made conversation and deal, found out how much the crew is going to cost for them, as the four of them cannot handle a ship this large on their own. The other two of them made their way to the basement of City Hall's library, where they attempted to gain some knowledge on the fiendish entities. Upon not having anybody there to kind of guide them, they found the restricted section, if you will, that was heavily locked down, and attempted to make their way into it and got so close. But on the last possible moment on skill check of the lock, happened to break the lock, rendering their endeavor mildly useless, to which they looked at each other and said, maybe we should go get Rose. And we pick up where you guys are now meeting back in the center of town after you have procured arrangement for the ship to be outfitted, and you guys have found no more information than you once had. And we're in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's Kazur's catchphrase.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even say yeah. I said like G-U-H.
Gotcha.
Good.
So,
I don't even know what that. All right, so are we going? I thought we were doing something else before we were setting sail.
You're not setting sail.
We're not setting sail.
It's going to take a few days to get the ship ready.
Mm-hmm.
So
Did we already pay?
I paid to get the ship fixed. We don't have a crew.
Yeah.
You only paid? Should we?
I paid. Yeah.
How much?
Well, actually, I technically paid with the money we found on the ship.
Oh.
Good.
Okay.
But if I remember correctly, I think I said 3 days to outfit the ship.
You did.
So, yeah. And it is currently late afternoon. The sun is setting. It's beginning to get to the dark times of the not the evening, but like, dusk area right now.
All right. Here, guys, listen to this, okay?
I think you're only with me.
No, we're
I
all
thought we met
together.
up.
No, you guys all
did we
have.
meet up?
Yeah, that's where we ended. Is you guys met back up in the center of town, and we were like, we'll pick this up next time because it was like
Got it.
10:30 or something like that.
All right. So we got a big ass ship, okay? Got a big ass ship, and it's already a mess. Well, it's still a mess. Let's throw a fucking rager. Bring the town to celebrate our victory into the ship, and we'll fucking rock this boat till it tips over.
I feel
Rosaline is stroking her chin like this, and looking off to the side.
I mean, I think this sounds like a great idea. If we want to capsize our ship.
No, we don't really have to.
Do I get a word in on this? Just a thought. Maybe it's not my decision, just a thought on that. That's a horrible idea.
Why?
Well, one, are you sure you've ridded the town of all the evil? Two, you're inviting a lot of individuals that you may not directly know onto your vessel, to where who knows what kind of shenanigans could come forth. They may not. It could be drunks that break it. It could be an individual purposely setting a trap for it to go off when we're at sea, for us to sink in the middle of the water. It's just unnecessary dangers.
You're a cynic, I see.
While I agree that perhaps the ship is not the best place to do this, and typically I am not one for that rowdy of parties, I do agree that the city deserves a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Celebration. We could start a celebration in the marketplace around the bars and inns there.
A little festival.
Who is funding the celebration?
I will.
That is a good point. Admittedly, we could discuss with the new council about throwing such an endeavor. Or if they say no, I could always ask my parents for a little bit. Or since they run the marketplace, they might know something to do.
Tell you what, why don't we have a little chat with the fam? And
I do need to speak with my parents anyway, since we do not have the funds to hire a crew.
Wait, are you not the lady of your house? You have to ask your parents for things?
I am not I am a lady of the house, but not the lady of the house. As in, I haven't been transferred full title and ownership yet.
Her parents are still alive, mate.
Yes.
Her dad runs the market, so it's probably a good idea to get his blessing before we try and throw a party in it.
Honestly,
no, we should keep it secret.
I think you want an entire town to celebrate, but you want to keep it a secret.
Yeah, we'll wait till all the nobles go to bed. We'll put like lamb's blood on everyone's door that's allowed to try.
Oh, holy shit,
you know, go Moses style.
It's got very Christian all of a sudden.
Has she been with the two of you all this time? Has she been with the two of you all this time?
Yes, and one thing I have to say, lamb's blood is not really an Ina thing to say, so I'm a little concerned that you might not be our friend.
Put berry juice on the door.
Yeah, is Ina a vampire? Can I do an insight check?
You're more than welcome to.
I just ask all the lambs, okay, we need you to just give me a little drip, please.
All right. To completely get us off topic away from this party, that is a horrible idea in every regards. Rose, Van and I had access issues with a particular room within the library.
Yeah.
So why didn't you just go upstairs and ask the people for a key?
So that's a great idea.
Well, I would thought you would have to ask for it. I mean, they don't really know me.
No, they know Bairn.
They certainly know Ben. He went.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No heroes have arrived.
I'm gonna say I'm
You
gonna be
told me we would have to get Rose.
They did say we, as a group, have access to everything, not just me. Everything but the armory and the coffers, of course.
All right, enough.
I mean, I wasn't here for that info, and I'm pretty sure they didn't mean me.
Well, no, not you, but Baron.
I fucked up. All right.
You know, I'll put a hand on Baron
forgot.
and just say, I'll put a hand on Baron and say the first part is admitting it.
I forgot. I thought we had to sneak in there. I will wear that one. That is one mistake for Baron.
One.
That's okay. You
Also,
can just go ask for the key.
I'll whisper, please mend my other picklocks.
That's okay. You can just go ask for the keys now, and they'll help you anyways. It's not like it's a timed endeavor or anything.
It's not like you broke the lock or anything, and they can't open it.
About that.
Ina, roll a perception check for me real quick.
You broke the locks inside of the library?
Ina, roll a perception check for me real quick.
Like just normal?
Yeah, just perception.
Oh, natural 20, bitch!
Okay.
And I'm +8.
Rose, like, pinches the bridge of her nose and goes, I leave you alone for a few hours, and you break the library locks.
Well, not just one.
Ina, as they're having this conversation, a small bird.
Oh, I thought that. Okay.
A small bird lands near you guys, starts kind of pecking at some like bread or, refuse that's fallen on the ground or something like that. And you start going over to it, take some rations out of your pocket, starts pecking out of your hand. You look down the street to a cart that moves past the pond lake area, and you see a humanoid figure that appears to be covered in grass or moss or something like that, just kind of peering out behind a tree. And as you make eye contact with it, your hand's still kind of down at the bird. It shifts back behind the tree and out of your sight.
The creature does.
Mm-hmm.
Now what's this? I'm gonna.
The other three of you are still having a different conversation while Ina.
They're not talking about the party anymore, so she's not very interested.
Pretty much.
So yeah, I'm probably gonna look over and not say anything. I'll probably just kind of go over to the little thing, like casually walk over.
Okay. Rose, what's your passive perception?
10.
10? Okay. You don't notice it. Baron, you notice that Ina goes to check out the bird, but then you go back to the conversation. You don't see her walk away because you're kind of the same thing. You're like, oh, she's disinterested. We'll keep talking about this on our own.
Almost every conversation involves Ina walking away.
Yes.
I'm
So
not surprised. She seems rather kooky.
So.
But anyway, how do your people build locks? I was impressed at the design of those locks. Actually, it was quite difficult for me to break into.
I may be a noble lady of the city, but I don't exactly know how we build our locks.
Sorry, I just read your message, Nancy.
Oh yeah, ding ding, bring your dad.
Bring out your dad.
I'm not dead yet.
Anyway, yes, me and Ban were quite close in getting in there without issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd be impressed with the size of the lock at how we broke it. Like that's a feat in itself.
I mean, we do.
I remember why we needed her. It wasn't on you, Baron. We realized that the key was useless at this point, and we needed her to bash the gate down.
You want me to break the gate down in our library?
You could break it down with words. Ask someone to open it for us, and then when they realize
also you're kind of the easiest person to be forgiven for doing such a thing. Like they'll trust you that the gate was just stuck. And that the vampire menace broke it to keep us out of their knowledge.
Fine. I'll speak with the library keeper and see what I can do. But you owe me for this.
Yeah.
What?
I do?
You both do.
What?
You broke the lock. And now you're asking me for my assistance?
Well, like as a party, yeah, we're all in this together. You see the same goals at the end. This only benefits you. Why would I owe you?
All right. Ina, as they're having this conversation, you make your way over to the pond area to the tree where you saw this humanoid figure poke its head out and make eye contact with it. You peek around the tree, look in the kind of tall reeds and weeds and things, and you don't immediately see anything. Go ahead and roll an investigation check for me.
One. Plus 3, so 4.
Okay. As you're
so good, then so bad.
Yeah. I like to call that the conservation of greatness. For every action that's wonderful, there's a equal and opposite reaction that is absolutely garbage, which is what happens to you. When you go to peer around the tree, you kind of push some reeds to the side and you step, and there's a fairly large rock for you as a gnome underneath your foot that dislodges, and you hear and then your foot goes out from under and you slide through the mud into the water. Come up, shake your head off, wipe the mud off of your face, which you don't really care about. You're dirty now. But
I was gonna say, oh, I got a fucking mud mask.
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't really care about it, but it's, it's inconvenient. You're soaking wet now. It's just whatever. But you go to climb out, and as you climb out, you notice there's a carving on the tree now. That's fairly fresh. You can tell. There's bark laying on the ground. Very familiar. You're not entirely sure where, but it's very familiar.
All right, Mossman. I see. I can't read it? No.
It's not really something to read. It's more like a family crest. You know how Rose has her signet ring that has a family crest on it? It's more like something like that. It's not like a passage or a poem or anything like that. It's more like a family crest. And like I said, you recognize it with a natural 1. You basically just see it. But you can't quite remember where, why, what it's for. You just know that you know this emblem from somewhere.
Okay, I'm gonna be like, what is it? Well, I feel like I should know this. All right, I'm gonna just draw it down.
Okay.
I got a party to worry about.
Okay. Back to you 3.
Look, I know that we are a party, but I just met you today. And also, even as a party, sometimes when you make mistakes, you still have to pay for it when I have to assist you. It doesn't have to be money. A drink is fine. Or assistance in the future.
There we go. We'll get her a drink at the
I
party.
mean, I could go hunt a deer for you.
I have no need for that.
I don't know the currency your people use, so.
She likes lavender.
You're in the pond.
I'll open up my,
That was a frog. That was not
set
me.
to show gold, silver, and bronze, but it has completely different engravings on it.
Huh?
What?
Oh.
Yeah, so he's showing you money from his world, but it's minted differently.
Would this currency work here? Like, I don't know. Do y'all just value the stamp, or do you value the metal?
Rosaline would know, right? Daughter of the markets.
You figure that they would accept it. You might get some odd looks for having different faces or different imprints on the coin. But there are, different cities that mint their money different. As long as it's actually gold, silver, and bronze, you don't see a problem with it being accepted anywhere.
Admittedly, They might look at it strange, and they might test it to make sure that it's real. But as long as it's real gold, silver, platinum, whatever you choose to purchase with, they should take it.
Okay, you have it on the gold standard still. Understood.
I mean, they may be very interested to see your currency.
I will tell them that.
You could make friends with the local barkeeps or whatever you seem to want to do.
That's a little... I wouldn't say below me, uninteresting to me.
Must
Not
have some
below
Rose-
barkeeps
Rose is
and-
giving you like a sure face.
Ina, as you're now getting out of the like lake area, you've marked the emblem down in your journal. You're kind of
I
getting
must
up
have
and
breathed in some mud.
you're wiping the mud off of your arms and getting the big clumps off of your cloak and everything. And you watch as as you're wiping it off, all of the mud kind of, I don't want to say disintegrates, but lifts off of you and falls to the ground in front of you. And you kind of like, you're like, the fuck just happened? And then you look up and that mossy figure is standing right in front of you and then just vanishes.
Oh! Well, thank you! How do I get that power? Oh my god, they'd like being around me much more if I could just clean the dirt off like that. Well, thank you, Mossman. Feel free to pop by again. I'll just be like looking into like the reeds. You know,
Do we hear you yelling like this?
I'm yelling.
Kazur definitely hears it. Rose, you probably don't. Baron, you do, because your passive is 15, right, Baron?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, you two hear it. Rose, you don't notice it. You're kind of like, you're pinching your forehead like this conversation.
Does she always just yell into the city like that?
And at this point, you look over and you see her just yelling into the air, and there's a ring of mud around her, so...
Oh, yeah, that's Ina.
Am I clean now, or is just the mud off?
I mean, your robes are still dirty and tattered just because of their age, but all of the mud and water and your hair is no longer coated in grease and things. It's like all of the like loose impediment that was on you is now off and on the ground.
Ina needs to lock this guy down.
Boss man.
Hello, Mr. Mossman.
Mossman.
You're so funny, even though you didn't say anything at all.
No, I love the fuzz.
Kazur would like to put his crossbow under his chin.
Yeah.
Baron's like, me next. But anyway, that's what you guys see as you're having this other conversation.
Oh, I think Rosaline turned, saw Ina, and go, yeah, that seems like Ina.
She'll be okay.
So what is the plan in the interim while we await the ship to be ready?
Well, I guess we don't have to do a full city party, but we can at least have a celebration amongst ourselves and get to know you better, Kazur. We did just meet today.
I figured that was going to take place at one point.
Yeah, I'll ask my parents for some sort of assistance. And how about we go to the boozy shop with all the treats? You can buy me a little brownie as a thank you once I talk to the librarian.
Oh, we have to get a crew too.
Yes, that's also too.
Yeah. Maybe your parents would have an idea on some leads for that.
I did speak to the I fucking forgot her name. Sabor? I think that was her name.
Sabor, yeah.
Sabor.
I spoke to Sabor,
want to
who's
name someone.
currently she's the head of the boat part now, right? Because her parents are dead.
Yep.
Yeah, she's currently
Nice.
the head of the marine part of the city, and she did say she could assist with that, but it would cost around perhaps 10,000 gold a year for a whole crew. To which I say I do not have the funds with right now.
Do we need a full crew?
And do we have to pay by the year? It seems.
It's probably best to get.
You would know workers usually are paid month to month. And in an 8-month calendar, you'd be looking at roughly 1,200 gold a month for a crew. So and most workers, like ship workers, don't work like year round for one person. Like they go on a couple months worth of traveling or work for somebody. They come back and spend a few months with family. You know, that kind of cycle of things for the ship workers.
Okay. Well, I mean, we only have to worry about getting 1,200 gold right now.
We probably want a little extra just in case. Good
Just
cushion and saving doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Again, I repeat, it's probably best to ask assistance from my parents.
For sure.
We might not need a full crew, because a full crew usually implies cargo, but we're not really carrying cargo.
At this point, Ina comes walking back up to the conversation.
Not carrying cargo? What do you think? All the booze I'm gonna take is.
That's...
Can I ask you, what the hell was that over there? They said it was normal for you, but what the hell were you doing screaming out into the city?
I don't know. I think I found an old friend. I can't quite remember, but I saw them for a minute. I'll show them the crest. This is what I saw.
Everybody roll a history check.
Rolling.
Goofin says, I will die laughing if Ida's seasick and can't drink all the booze.
18.
That's an 18.
What am I rolling?
Okay. History.
History.
Oh,
I rolled
hey.
a 2.
Okay.
14.
14. Okay. Nudes, you recognize it as an ancient emblem, often used by woodland creature, or like not creatures, but people of the woods who worship a god that isn't necessarily. It's not that it's not accepted, but it's not readily worshipped in the town. It's not like Moradin or Bahamut or anything like that. It's just a different god that more of the outskirty people kind of worship. Kazur, you know it to be a mark of Melora.
Melora?
I didn't recognize a symbol of my own god.
You rolled a 1.
I'm getting old.
Mark of Melora?
Oh, I recognized it as a god that is a part of the woodland creatures.
Can I look at it and be like, I'm a fucking idiot?
Yeah, as soon as they say this, you'd like, it's like a slap in the forehead kind of moment. Like,
Well, I would love to think you like turn it around and it's like it's upside down. Like, oh.
I'm gonna look at it and kind of be like, oh no, I need to go to church. And then I'm gonna like run in the direction of like the multiple church one.
okay, the Church of All. Roll a dexterity saving throw for me.
Okay.
Please trip.
Wait, because I'm like, I need to pray. 6.
Okay. As you go to start, you turn and you go to start running, and as soon as you do, the tattered ends of your robes have been tied together between your legs, and you trip and go face first into the cobblestone that you guys are standing on.
God.
Oh, my hip.
Holy shit.
Do I take any damage?
You don't take any damage. No, it's just kind of funny to watch this little gnome start to take off running and then fall face first into the cobblestone.
Then I think she's going to be panicked and she's going to go, get up and keep scampering down.
You're not going to untie your robes? Make another dexterity saving throw.
Six again.
So you get up, you start to run, and then fall face first again. Make it just a general intelligence check for me, Ina.
Is she okay? What is going on?
This is a little out of behavior for her right now.
Okay, 9.
9?
Wait. Just a general one?
Just a general intelligence
12.
check. 12. So you get up and start to run again, and you trip over your cloak again, and as you get up, your hair's kind of in your face, and you think... Bearvin used to do this to you all the time.
Oh, I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna be very happy. they'll be like, what the fuck? Because I tripped and they think I'm hurt, but I'm like, ah! And I'm gonna yell out. I'm gonna yell out his name, Brandon.
Okay, so she starts yelling again randomly.
Is she in a euphoric? Did she hit her head that on?
I'm gonna tell because this is a little weird for her.
This is weird. Kind of way I'm picturing it. I think she has a crush on him a little bit.
Okay.
That's the way I see it.
So you start shouting out in the streets.
I think she's already been into the booze.
There's no reply. You're just yelling into the street. People are starting, the carriages are stopping and looking, and people are kind of like whispering to each other.
I'll be like, that silly fucker. All right. I'm going to get up and just go back to my group. I'm nice. All right. It's fine.
Roll another dexterity saving throw because you still haven't untied your ropes.
Oh, fuck. 13.
Okay. You don't trip this time. You brush yourself up and start to walk, and you feel the tug, and you're like, wait.
Oh, I got too excited.
And then you bend down. You untie your robes now and no longer need to worry about it. But
I think my old friend's here. Maybe.
From back home?
There's a friend older than you?
Yes. I think much, no?
Mom's lived for a long time.
I'm only like 200 some odd, 300, and like they live to 500.
you told me that you were in your mid 300s, so. But you're not entirely sure how old Bearvin is. You just know he's older than you.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he's coming to thank us for saving the forest.
I don't think so. That's not thanking somebody for anything. I didn't.
Who
Fair.
is this Bearvin person? Admittedly, as we've been with each other for a while, but I don't think you've ever mentioned them.
So do I know them? Like I know them well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you give a description that I'm giving of him?
Yeah. So she describes to you a gnome that's older than her, male, short in stature. He's got a really long, but instead of poofy beard, it's like drawn out and almost into a point that he likes to kind of tickle people with from behind. Like he'll sneak up and just kind of like rub it on their neck. He's got very long, stringy hair. It's and with the bald spot in the middle, it just kind of like goes down past his shoulders. He would tie it up over his eyebrows and like make fun of people behind their back while he's very much. You can see as she's describing as Ina's describing this character, you can see where she gets a lot of her mannerisms as kind of the trickster, joking, kind of chaos-causing guy. But like he's a gnome, so he's short, shorter than Ina. By a couple inches. Gnomes are all kind of the same height, but by a couple inches, he's a little shorter. He's a little older. A little bit of a hunchback from the last time that she saw him. Always had these dark brown boots on that have no laces. He just wears them to have boots on for whatever reason. Always has a green cloak on that almost seems to blend in with the surroundings much more, making him, a little more sneakier to cause chaos as much as he can. Big fat bulbous nose in front of him and just a welcoming, joking figure that she looks up to a lot and grew up underneath, almost like her grandfather, but on a different side of town. So it was kind of like when Grandpa couldn't do something, she was with Bearvin.
And that's him. And I think he tied my cape.
Well, hopefully they're doing well and that you were able to reunite and discuss whatever you need to discuss with each other.
Well, we didn't discuss anything.
He's trying to get your attention.
I think so.
And he gave you that symbol.
He drew it on a tree.
Does that symbol mean like a specific location to you? Does anything come to mind? Is he trying to... Maybe he's trying to set up a meeting place for you?
Fork? I don't think so.
Sure.
Roll an intelligence check.
Okay.
Take me to church.
Oh, where's a black dog?
That tree will be almost...
Hey, we talked about that last night, dudes.
You did. That's why it immediately got to my head.
A 7? I mean,
Stop rolling garbage!
you know that your people follow Melora. Like, you know that's what your people follow and what your original city that you're from follows. You've never seen that mossy figure before. You don't really recognize it. You remember talks of your grandpa talking about the dryads of the Feywild, but you've never seen one in real life. And you know there to be a designated spot for burial in your city that relates to Melora and like sending people back to that side of the realm whenever they pass from this side of the realm. That much of the headstones there, or like the things that you mark graves with, have that engraving of Melora on them as kind of a transition rune for the people who pass.
Does that hit me?
That's what you realize with a 7 intelligence check.
She's gonna get like sad and be like, wait a minute. I gotta go home. Bevan didn't die, did he?
Oh, I'm sorry, but
Wait, how could he die if he just tied your ropes together?
This is a roller coaster right now.
I don't know what's going on.
Maybe someone else? Or you're needed back home?
Maybe. I'm not ready to go home yet.
Well, setting out at... I mean, I'm fine with setting out at night. I prefer travel at night, but I don't think... We'd probably need a rest. You know, you're not looking in the greatest shape.
I need to figure out how we're going to get there, to be honest.
Well, I mean, if they sent you this message, maybe...
I mean, if it's on another continent, is it on one of these 4 continents here? We could just sail.
No, it's on this one.
Oh, it's this one? Well, then we just travel by land.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But you might have to wear blindfolds at some point.
That won't occur.
Then you won't come. Then you won't be coming, especially
I'm not leaving this group behind.
Well, you ain't coming where I'm going if you ain't wearing a blindfold. I don't know you.
You know, I am from a faraway continent that is on a much bigger mission. Frankly, my indifference to your home should be a good thing to you.
That makes you feel
Kazur.
better. We've known her for a long period of time, and she's gonna ask us to blindfold too.
Kazura, roll a perception check for me.
I have to roll a perception?
Alright, I'm grabbing me a fucking
That's a good roll.
Hell yeah.
Honestly, I could have not had you roll, but...
20.
Okay. Good to know.
Oh, shit. Oh, I don't get to know?
Nope.
It's the fucking Kenku. I guarantee you. That motherfucker's gonna come back again.
Could be Moss Man.
Could be Moss Man. True. Alright. Well, so basically...
It's okay, let me specify. I'm very hesitant to put blinders on, but especially wherever in the wilderness of this continent it is. If you could give me a reason, I may be willing. And also, if it's not that far of a distance, I don't want to walk a mile blindfolded.
No. It's just the way to get into my area is private. Nobody knows how to get into it, and I can't be the one to expose it. I can't be the one.
Oh, I hit it and passed.
There's a bunch more maps that I've made too, which I think are even better than this one. So.
You're gonna unlock the door and walk us in. You just don't want me to see how to unlock the door.
Or find the paths and stuff.
Has your city ever seen any outside visitors ever?
Before they have. And then they didn't like it. Things didn't go well, so we closed up.
What?
And we did.
Are you saying we have a chance to be, I don't know, arrested?
Oh, no. Everyone there is very peaceful and happy with everyone that comes in, because anyone that comes in there is trusted to be in there. You know what I mean?
But isn't it always gnomes that are in there?
Well, they didn't have the protection before. We just want to make sure our place stays nice and treed and beautiful and
Yeah.
safe.
Well, I respect that. I'll wear a blindfold.
Of course, I will wear one too. I just worry that they'll be uncomfortable with my presence.
No. I brought my daughter in there. She was a tiefling. They didn't even. They were
Oh.
excited to meet someone new.
That's fair.
We could be celebrities.
Your daughter is a tiefling?
Was.
Was she
I'm-
changed? She's not a tiefling anymore?
Rose is like behind Ina going like, no, stop. No.
With Kazura's passive perception, you're like talking to Ina and you glance up and you see Rose like, quit, stop.
No.
Okay, so I don't say after she said was, I was like,
You can connect the dots with your, especially with your passive insight.
Well,
Well,
I really hope no one died.
well, Ina, do you think maybe a visit to the church would be good first, just in case they meant go there? You know what I mean?
I mean,
It's close.
it's just that, like, we don't have churches or really anything like that. We don't go to church. We just say, "Hey, God."
Doesn't Melora have a church here?
Not where we are, or does it work? I don't know, actually.
Not a designated church. The only place that has a designated church is the Temple of Moradin because it's been here for so long. The Church of All is kind of designated towards every other respected god in the area. And
That's
so,
solid.
Melora is available in there. Like, they have depictions of all of the recognized gods. So, like, Melora, Raven Queen, Bahamut, things of that sort.
Oh, I meant in, like, my village. I'm kind of thinking,
Oh,
like...
in your village. Sorry. You do not have churches. No.
Yeah.
You're a very base, nature-based kind of
Passive.
civilization that you're just existing in nature. You guys find to be your worship to your god.
Yeah.
As you're having this conversation, you do start to feel a little bit of sprinkling and rain as it starts to begin to precipitate over you guys.
Well, look, how about you at least try to speak to them, somewhere, and I'll try to speak to librarian and also try to get us a crew and some funds, and we can set off tomorrow.
I'll be right back.
All right, I think that's a good idea. I'll go to
visit
the church.
your family.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can't leave on an empty stomach either, so we'll get some food into us, a good breakfast in the morning, and then make our way there. How? Oh, I guess Fork's not here, but it wasn't that long of a trek into the forest to get to kinda close to your place.
A day and a half, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was at least like half a day, maybe a day.
But were we on foot, or do we have horses?
We were on foot.
Let's get horses.
We could get.
I do have horses at my home.
Let's do it. Kazur, can you ride horses?
Yes.
Do they have horses where you come from?
Yes.
Just the mechanical horses.
Sorry, I got an Amazon delivery.
I
How do you
realized
know
that
about
put up the
those?
music.
True.
So what?
Vision.
Sorry.
Like, Azure gets close to Barrett in meetings. How do you know about very interrogatory?
About what? Sorry, what's happening here?
We're talking about getting horses to make the trek faster to get to my place, and
Barrett
Ranger
opened
was
his
like,
fat mouth about mechanical horses. I'm like, how the fuck do you know that, bro?
Oh, okay.
What the fuck is up, Kyle? What the fuck is up?
Well, I mean, my god shows me things that are important to see.
I see Morden.
That's about it.
Okay.
I've seen
that's an
your
acceptable
lands
answer.
before in a vision, but I don't know much about them, but they intrigue me.
Wait, so that mechanical horses thing is a real thing? She like leans in. They're real?
sounds unnatural to me.
Definitely
Yes.
on that.
You have to tell us more.
I won't tell you any more about the infrastructure of my people.
Maybe
So
I already
you
know.
want
But
to
you
know,
will
be able
see
to have
it.
access to the secret passage to my hometown because you don't have any interest
The secret
in
passage,
taking over my place,
Ina,
but
I
you won't
already
tell me
said
about the
that
fucking little horses in your place? Come on now.
Ina, I already said that I would use a blindfold. I
He's
just
on our
meant
side.
that I wasn't going to wear a blindfold for 5 miles in the wilderness. Because that's what it sounded like when you asked me to wear a blindfold. I'm like, I'm not going into the woods blindfolded
True.
with people I barely know.
As like we're saying that, I'm thinking like actually to Bairn, because I was thinking, all right, if I'm going to a church, maybe I can ask someone to send a message, but I don't trust anybody to send a message. Maybe I can ask Bairn, because I don't want them to know anybody. You know what I mean? Try and get a message to somebody that's in there, ask what's kind of going on, but I don't trust anybody to, like any church people or whatever, can send a whisper message or whatever.
You're telling me that I'm trustworthy and I have to send a spell.
Yeah.
Okay. Who do you need me to send a message to?
I kind of want to send it to Bairn.
I'll need a pretty decent. Oh, I have to be familiar with the creature.
So the way that we've been doing it, because she's gone to a church to send messages to her daughter and stuff like that.
Oh, true, yes.
Is that she gives as good of description as she can. Good to know, Rose. As good a description as she can, and then I roll to see if it's good enough to get the message through to that person. So with her growing up with the person, I would say it's a pretty damn good description. And so you can do it, and I will roll to see if you get. Okay. You can go ahead.
All right. What do you want me to say?
25 words?
Yep.
25 words, yes. Are you covering from the rain?
Yeah, you guys are just standing in the rain in the middle of the road right now.
Can we go into the church, please? Can we get out of
Yeah,
this?
you guys can. Okay. All right, Bevan.
Bervin?
You fucker tying my cloak. All right, lad.
I love the bear going.
You fucker tying my cloak.
It's Ina, obviously.
We're at 11.
It's a friend of Ina's.
What's
Gotta
going
explain
on?
himself at least.
What's going on makes it 18. So you've got 7 words left.
Do I need to return?
Do I need to return?
2 more.
Love
If you want to use them. You don't actually have to use them. It's just.
You suck.
Ping
Ping pong.
Ping pong. Okay.
Okay. Ping pong.
Big punk
There's
is
2
a
words
word that
left.
can mean so many things.
Bing bong has equal energy to you pooping from Jester in campaign 2. You pooping?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I will listen for a reply. Also, Baron likes the rain, so he doesn't mind being in there.
Me.
I would like to go inside.
Go inside.
Go.
You're made of sugar. You're made of sugar. Get out of here.
So you write the message down that Ina wants you to send. You cast a spell and you send it, and you sit there for a moment, kind of looking up, with letting the rain hit your face. It's been a minute since you've just been like outside, and it's kind of calming. All of the carriages and things have kind of gone since it started to rain. It's quiet. And you sit there for a second, and you get a reply.
Ooh. He's not dead.
Everything's all right. Just wanted to see my girl. Tell her to come on home. It's good to hear from her.
He didn't reply.
Really?
You just killed 4.
Ina just gets like really scared. Maybe he is dead.
No. No, he's dead.
No, he's not dead. You're apart.
He's dead. He muted himself as he dies.
God is dead. And Pussy has killed him.
He said, and I quote, he just wanted to see his girl.
Oh my god.
Aww.
Oh god.
Okay, so if he was like kind of grandpa to me, maybe not Crush. You know what I mean?
Maybe not.
It's not necessarily that he was like a grandpa to you. It was just that like you were raised with him and your grandpa. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you weren't with your grandpa, you were goofing off and pulling pranks with Bearvin. Like it's not like he was a fatherly figure. It was he was the boy from down the street that you played outside with all day during school years. Like that kind of relationship.
Good.
He said he was asking for you to come home for a visit, from the sounds of it.
Like, I feel guilty asking you guys to come if it's not for something important, but before we go off to the new lands, it would be nice to see them again.
Well, yeah. I mean, I kind of wanted to see everyone's hometown. Like, I hope you guys can see mine, right?
To be honest, you graced me with being able to visit my city, and that got a little sidetracked, so it's only right that I also join you on your adventures too before we head out. Though that does make me question, Baron, do we need to go visit your family? Do you need to say goodbye to your daughter and your sister?
I mean, I've been gone for this long. How long do you think we're gonna be away for?
Years, maybe.
Well,
years.
It could take a bit of time once we get there. Because once we have a trail, we're gonna need to run and sprint off of it to keep it while it's hot.
Kazura, I have a question. Is there anyone in your land that can teleport us places for money?
I would be pretty confident, yes, but it depends on Fork's world building.
You have mages and magic users that would be able to purvey a means of faster transportation than ship or land. Just depends on where you were gonna go and if they had means to transport there.
Yes. However, knowing what I know about the magic, I'm assuming these new lands would be difficult because the mages themselves have never been here.
Yeah, it would be very difficult to get you back to these 4 islands, basically.
I would say that y'all's 4 home continents here would be difficult for magical travel due to the individuals who would be teleporting us would have never set foot on these lands, so it would be quite difficult to make it to these locations.
Okay, well, I mean, I do have a way of getting back here, but...
Speaking of that, I will pick up a piece of cobblestone off the road here.
I was just thinking about that.
And throw it in my pocket.
Because will that help us travel?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh shit, what was I gonna say? Travel. What were you saying here?
In my inventory.
I was saying that I have a way to get back, like, here.
Oh, I was gonna say, well, you know, it is on a different continent, your place, right? It's the original one?
And I mean...
We do have a boat. I mean, we could just go to it quickly on the way.
So, with that, Kazur, looking at the spell here, which you would know being part of this order, if you have an associated object with an area, it's pretty much on point anytime you travel.
Okay.
Kind of...
But it'll take you back to the specific point where you took that object from.
So outside the All Faiths Church here, which is basically center of town.
I kind of told my family when I came home it would be
the last
mostly
time.
Like for good. You know what I mean? Like when I was done scratching this itch of traveling around the world and building things. I can send them a message. It's all good. As much as I want to see them.
Okay.
It's not a quick detour. Dwarves are silly people that want to party and
What's
feed
the name
you
of the
and
city
have
again?
you stay
Reliac?
for a long time. So it's not a.
This
It wouldn't be a
Stalia.
layover.
Stop. Oh yeah. Why did I get Reliac from?
That was the OG town.
Reliac.
All right, I
But
understand.
yes, let's get out of the rain. I have a book to read, and I'm gonna pull out my book about sailing, and I'm gonna hold it over my head. as a little
Okay.
manual.
So where are you all heading?
Where's the nearest bar?
Yeah, I want to walk. Let's walk
I
towards
mean,
that
I
bar
would like to
that
go into the All
campfire.
Faiths Chapel just while we're by it,
Okay.
so I can see what y'all study and who y'all worship.
Would
I'm
like
going
to
to the
go
bar.
speak to the librarian and also my parents.
Okay, well, you guys can go to church. You go to your parents and the library.
The church and library. Nerds.
I'll take those lockpicks off you, and I can fix those up real quick.
By the
Sounds
way,
good.
whatever happened to the javelin?
You have 3 days worth of work on it. Still,
Well,
like
wow.
you have
Immediately.
3 days left worth of work on it.
Conveniently, 3 days till the ship's ready. But
I
also, we have to
see.
go see what.
Which, at the point that you're at, the hardest part is done. You've formed the material that you weren't familiar with into the head of the spear. You've begun working on the connection method. You just need to do the chain and the shaft part of it. So you don't have to use the Temple of Moradin for the rest of it. The Temple of Moradin had the supplies to form this unknown material. That is what took the most time, is working with something you weren't familiar with and getting into the shape that you want. So feasibly, you could work on it on the road. It would be a slower process. So like the 3 days that you have left, if you were on the road, it would take 6 days.
Okay.
With the Temple of Moradin, it just speeds up how quickly you can work on it.
Would
So we're gonna be putting like a workshop in the boat.
It's also close to the beds, though, and I don't want to keep everyone up all the time.
We can move it.
But I question, would my know-how of materials, I know that adamantine, like space meteorite, is new to me, but would there be a benefit as opposed to another material to use that for like the tip of the javelin?
Well, you had told me that you wanted to make that adamantine as the tip of the javelin. So that's what I figured you made as the tip. You
Yes.
know,
Okay, so it's
adamantine
already been done. Gotcha.
yeah, the specialness of adamantine is that it when you make it into armor is very resilient. When you make it into a weapon, deals more damage to structures.
Okay, cool. All right, well, yes, I guess I'll keep up with that.
Structures. Just rip
I
a femur
will-
out of a demon.
I'll work on that javelin that I definitely remembered about. And yes, you guys maybe grab me when you're done your stuff.
Okay, so Baron's gonna go work on the javelin. Kazur's gonna go into the Church of All and just kind of see what they worship here. What are you doing? Finding the nearest bar?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bar and kind of like look,
I
or
guess
like
so.
I'm gonna walk around the streets, kind of going around bars and looking for people I recognize, and then I'm gonna be like, guys, we're having a rager this week. Don't tell anybody, don't tell no one, not even my crew. It has to be a secret. I'm not allowed to tell anybody. But when I say it's go time, it's go time.
Okay, so we'll get to that. And then Rose, you're going to the library
First, yeah.
first.
Then my
Okay.
parents.
Okay, so we're gonna do all of that first. Well, besides Baron, he's just gonna be working on the hammer. Kazur, you go into the Church of All. Go ahead and just roll a general perception check just to see what's going on in here. And if we need to go deeper, we'll go deeper.
19.
19. Hey, get my information out here.
If it's the same info that I already got from the books, like if I just notice like, okay, those key go. I'm more of looking for anything that like is counterintuitive to what was written down from what I already read.
Okay. Let me get in here 1 second.
I have to pee extremely quick.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you go into the Church of All, and you recognize a fair many of the gods and goddesses that you're used to. Each one of them has their own stained glass panel, and it's almost a long hallway up above, like 40 or 50 feet in the air, of each of these gods and goddesses portrayed in stained glass. However, there are 3 that you're not used to seeing regularly. Go ahead and roll a history check for me. And actually, I have the wrong paper out, so give me a second here.
16 for the history.
Fuck.
Fuck.
I don't know what I did with my paper.
Gotta Google Doc this stuff, man. Gotta Google Doc it.
Yeah, I fucking need. I honestly don't know what happened to my paper.
Well, Loki got into the world and rewrote the gods
You
and
okay?
stuff.
I almost tipped my chair over.
I keep dropping dice.
You crazy kooks.
Oh. Combat.
Ugh.
Okay. Well, I don't know what happened to it. I'll track it down eventually. But there are 3. What was your history check?
16.
16. Okay. You recognize 2 of them. One of them is Zahir, which is not widely worshipped or recognized, especially in your world. It's not widely recognized here, but it is. There's a portrayal of it. It's very dusty. There's some of the stained glass panels are cracked. It's not very well maintained like some of the other ones there. And then Tiamat, which is also up there, which you know of Tiamat. This one you're more familiar with from the history that you do know. It is not. Wait, did I give you Tiamat? I forget. Is Tiamat one that I gave you?
I think so.
Okay, then it's not Tiamat.
Well, maybe not. I'm trying. Let me find it.
Well, I was trying to find my paper because there's
Valnaarmn God info. Oh, is it from that paper that you sent me?
It should be.
Oh, yeah, Tiamat's on there, Death and Darkness domain. I have Bahamut, Ethris, Ayun, Moradin, Avandra, Corellon, Sahani, Valora, Bane, Lilith, Raven Queen, Tiamat. Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay. And I didn't. This is what I get.
I made a character just for you, Bork, so we could get into the lore.
Come up here.
We can cover it later.
Okay, so it's not Tiamat. Anyway, Zahir is one of them that you recognize, but is not a well-known. And then I'll just change it whenever I find that paper. Tara's Dune is another one that you recognize there. Same thing, cracked, not well maintained, dusty, things of that sort. So it looks like at one point these gods were worshipped, but are no longer recognized or taken care of by many people.
Do I know their affiliations of those gods, or just their names?
What was your role again?
16.
16. You know them to be more of the evil side of God, like the darker side of gods.
Okay.
Which is probably why they fell out of fashion in your continents as opposed to these. Which they fell out here too, but that's probably why you don't immediately know them.
All right, after doing that, I'll try and catch up with Rose.
Okay. Who's going to the library? Ina, you go and you find the nearest bar that you can to the Church of All, which is going to be the Black Scroll, which is just down the street next door to the Red Wand, which is currently reframed and being rebuilt by members of the city. But you look, and it is, this entire building is just pitch black. All of the wood, the window frames, everything about it is just pitch black. Like somebody smeared it with tar and then lit it on fire and scorched it and then put it out. It's a very, very unique aesthetic to this tavern that you have now approached. You don't pass anybody along your way. It's raining outside. People have kind of taken shelter at this point, but you enter and you see a very fine interior. It looks like some dark cherry wood makes up all of the flooring and the tables and things of that sort. The bar where the barkeep is currently standing, is lined with drinks, some of them on trays to be handed out, some of them just sitting there for people who may have gone to a table and come to get their drinks later. Is currently opening a cask of ale, pouring a drink into a tankard. Turns around and brings a cloth up, wipes his hand. Oh, hello there, little lady. What can I do for you?
Oh, hello. Oh my gosh, it's very nice in here.
Well, thank you. We try and keep it up as best we can.
How are you guys doing after all this happened?
Yeah, well, doing all right. We're trying to take care of as many people as we can. We've taken down the inn status of the tavern and just kind of letting people stay as their homes get rebuilt, so.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, figure, you know, takes a village, right?
Right. Do you have a donation bin?
I don't, but I'd be happy to take anything you got. We can certainly put it to use, cleaning sheets and things of that sort.
All right, 50 gold. Is that what?
That's very, very generous of you. Yeah. Drinks for you are on the house, especially with such a donation, so.
Oh, cheers. But you don't have to do that.
Cheers, what can I get you?
You know, let me try something new. You got anything wacky?
Something new and wacky.
The Bit Bop
New
wine.
and wacky.
A seltzer wine.
Water.
Now this is what we call a black fang. It's a seltzer water that's alcoholic.
Oh.
All right, we got, as opposed to most of the stuff you're gonna find in town is pretty much the same, but I got this, and he pulls out this flask, but larger, like, you know, the shape of a flask, but it's bigger. He pulls it out, and it's all metal. On the front, you can see an engraving. What languages do you read?
Druidic, Gnomish, and Orc.
Druidic, Gnomish, and okay. You can't read what it says on the front, but he pulls it out. You can't see anything about it. This is the Vicious Vesco.
Okay.
Had some myself, not a big fan, but the people who do have it seem to like it enough. I can pour you a glass of that if you'd like.
All right, that sounds good.
All right. He pulls out like a rocks glass, like a whiskey rocks glass, unscrews the top, pours it into the glass, and kind of sets it in front of you. It's this very viscous, dark black liquid that pours into there. It's like half-cured Jell-O, basically. It's real thick, but you take a whiff of it, and it smells like straight black licorice.
Oh, I liked it. All right. I'll drink it. Ooh.
Okay, you drink it, and it's
Jaeger.
It's Jägermeister, but like old Jägermeister, so not refined and everything like that. So it's like, it's thick, but it doesn't burn going down. There's almost a sweet note, and then that bitterness of black licorice hits you, and it's like, ooh, this is pretty nice. But because it doesn't burn at all, it's just like that thick kind of basic version of alcohol as opposed to the acidic burny type.
I feel like this would be really good mixed with other things.
Might have to look into that. I haven't thought about that.
Yeah. Making a few little drinks, see what other people think. Do you know what's written on this bottle, or what language it's in? It's very nice.
Oh yeah, that's Elven. I guess the people who make it have some sort of elvish descent or something, but it basically just is the Vicious Vesco. So.
Interesting. I really like the bottle. How much would the whole bottle be?
I've only got one other one because it's fairly rare. We don't get it here very often. And I paid about 35 gold for it, so given your donation, probably sell it to you for 35.
Not giving my donation. That is a donation. How much would you sell it for to a random chap?
Well, a random chap who would know about this, who came in, I'd probably say 50 gold for a bottle of it.
Done deal.
Oh, big spender. We definitely could use you around here. Well, here you go. And he sets the other bottle, and it's got this nice wax kind of coating over the screw top that he unscrewed to pour your drink. He sets it down, and there's a loud, like not loud, but like dense clunk as he sets it down because of how viscous it is. There's not a reverb from the container whatsoever. But yeah, it's like the size of a modern, like what we would know as a fifth, in a glass flask or a metal flask light bottle.
Is that like a Mickey? I don't know.
I think it's
That
a
is.
good 20.
750 milliliter, whatever you guys call that in Canada.
All right. Okay. Perfect. I'm gonna keep drinking my drink, but then I'm gonna ask for like just something else. I'm trying to think of what I could mix in with it that he might have. You know what I mean?
There's not gonna be any like sodas.
No,
Like-
no, but like apple juice or teas or something.
Ooh, for that. Just
An orange
roll.
tea?
Milk.
Just another general intelligence check, just to
Okay.
see if you can piece something together. Are you doing anything else while you're at this bar, by the way? Are you looking for people to invite to a party, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking around
Okay.
for faces that I know, recognize.
Okay, so do a intelligence check and then do a charisma check.
Oh, okay. Think. Ooh, 22, non-natural.
22
22
for
intelligence.
for intelligence. Okay.
And then what was I rolling the other?
Charisma, just general charisma check.
Okay, I have 0 charisma. 16.
16. Okay, we'll come back to you in a little bit.
Okay.
Baron, you're working away on your thing. Rose, you make your way to City Hall to go down to the library, or get somebody to open the library for you. As you approach, there's those two guards standing out front still with the two large polearm halberds standing there. They nod at you as you make your entrance.
Except Rose definitely does not say sup. That's a noodle thing.
You make your way inside, and there's a small group. There's a small group of people talking. It appears to be Zagund, who you know, with a couple of other figures that you're not entirely sure who they are. They're dressed in a bit like middle-class clothing as opposed to nobles, so maybe they're coming in to inquire about maybe a house being rebuilt or something like that. Roll a perception check to see if you hear what they're talking about.
Oh, yay. I'm particularly bad at those.
It's okay. It's not like a main story point. It's just...
I don't hear shit.
Yeah, you don't hear shit. One of your pauldrons on your armor comes unclipped, and you're, shit, you gotta put it back on. You walk up, and Zagund is kind of shaking hands with the people as they make their way outside the city hall. And Zagund, yes, Rose, what can I do for you? What do you need?
Oh, hi, Sagoon. I was hoping if I could speak to the person who oversees the entire library.
Oh yes, we can certainly track him down. I don't see any of the workers. Just follow me. We'll go see if we can find him.
Of course.
And he takes you up the stairs, and instead of turning left to go to where you once previously went into like the war room area, he takes you down the right-hand side into the third door on the right. And he kind of gently knocks on the door. Hey, Zechariah, are you in here? And he opens the door, and this tall human figure, probably in his late 60s, fairly old, long white beard, no hair whatsoever. It's just like a total bald cue ball. Hey, yes, what can I help you with, Zagund? Yes, we have Rose here. She would like to go see library. I know a couple of her friends went down earlier. I don't know if they found what they needed, but perhaps you could perhaps find what she is looking for down there and maybe help her get into some of the more high-end areas, if you know what I mean. Yes, I could help with that. Just give me one moment, please. He closes the door, and you hear it lock go behind the door. hear some shuffling of papers and books and drawers, closing, things of that sort. Comes back to the door, and he's got a black cloak on now that he's kind of wrapped around himself as more of a presentable manner for in the presence that he's in. Okay, if you would like to follow me, I can show you around a little bit down there.
Yes, of course. Actually, my friends went to the library earlier, and they said that there was an issue with one of the locks that they tried to use.
Oh, they're very good, but they can be finicky, so I understand where the problem could come in. We can take care of it.
They think they said it was broken.
We do need to get some new ones. I'll take care of it. Come on down.
You could have really framed that better. You could have framed that better in so many ways.
It worked.
Rose isn't trying anything. She's not the one who broke it.
So he leads you down, grabs one of the torches off the wall, and leads you into the library. So over here we have, and he describes, sections and everything like that. But after talking about the, quote unquote restricted section, he just kind of walks back to that area, places his hand on all three of the individual walks, and you see a similar flare to what Scalefound used to use in his magic. The eyes kind of brighten a little bit, and then the lock glows a little bit, and then it kind of falls open. Does that for all three. And the top one he pulls off, and when he pulls it off, he can hear a little bit of rattling. He's like, oh, this must be the one. We'll get this taken care of. Thank you for informing us. But here you are. Historic information of Vistalia and the land down this way, and all of pretty much everything else to the obscure religious meanings are down in this direction, and everything in between describes where things are. It's one long hallway, about 60 foot down to the right and 60 foot down to the left. Bookshelves on one side, bookshelves on the other, and it's just kind of scrawled with all sorts of manuscripts and things.
I thank you so much for the assistance, Zachariah. I really do. I'm sorry for bothering you so, but I will then look through the library and ask my friends what they need.
Of course, if you need anything else, just let me know. And he puts the torch up in the holder that's like on the door frame inside of the room. I must return to my work, though. If you have any requests, just send someone up and I can take care of it.
Of course, thank you. As he leaves, Rose digs in her pockets and pulls out a stone, in her mind, oh, I need to tell my friends that I got the door open. And right when she lifts it up to her face, she doesn't say anything as it clicks. Oh, right. The other person on the side of this isn't around anymore. And she's like, maybe I should buy another set of these, and puts it back.
All right. About this time, Kazura, you walk in as Zechariah is walking up the stairs. You walk into City Hall. He kind of makes it into the center entrance. I don't believe I recognize you. Can I help you with something?
Oh, I'm working with Rosalind and gathering information for the library.
Yes, she is downstairs currently. I'll escort you quickly, for I must return to my work. Follow me.
I've already been there. I know how to make it.
He's walking down the stairs already.
Okay.
Classic old man.
He's getting his 10,000 steps in today.
With your passive perception, you can kind of hear him muttering under his breath. Why don't they just come at once? I wouldn't have to go down the stairs twice. I don't know.
I was trying not to make you come down the stairs twice, sir. I literally know the path.
No, it's fine. It's fine. He leads you down and kind of, she's back there.
Here, let me help you on your way back up. I'll cast Cure Wounds on his knees to rejuvenate the joints. Maybe that might help, like a small boost.
It feels a little bit better. Maybe I'll keep you around. Anyway, she's back there. Just follow the bookshelves. You say you know how, but...
Yes, thank you.
He makes his way back upstairs. What are you two looking for in particular?
I am
Rose-
gathering
So
all
go
the
ahead.
intel on the history of Astalia, just anything relating to the like their origin. So because you told me that basically I had just rough map outlines and rough recent history, nothing like are they aware of the birth continents? Are they aware of the origin of man in this realm?
Okay.
Like anything like deep history stuff.
Okay, roll an investigation check for me. Rose?
Rose is not here for books. She wasn't interested in books in the first place. She's just fixing her friend's mistakes.
Gotcha. Okay.
If it's lower than my passive, can I just pick my passive?
No, you are actively searching for something. Therefore, you are rolling for something. Passive is like if somebody's trying to pickpocket you and you notice it. It's just things that happen off the side.
If he entered at this point, he probably saw her looking at the sending stone and thinking about getting a new one and then putting it in her pocket.
Yeah, you would
I'm
be
gonna
like
hit you with
adjusting
that.
with your pocket when he walks in.
I'm gonna hit you with that 30 for
30,
natural
okay.
20, natural 20 plus 10.
Okay.
Ew.
So you find basically, if you still have your notes from Scale Found, all of that
I do.
information, along with some of the older histories that Scale Found may not have necessarily had, that they don't have any information on the birth islands or the birth lands that you are familiar with. There are varied scribbles about crazy adventurers that found these lands outside, that had beasts and monsters and creatures that they weren't familiar with, that laid waste to most of their crew whenever they were adventuring, so they returned back home. There are writings of races that you're familiar with, but as far as the writing goes, are just wild, outlandish, possibly demonic or fiendish races that they didn't want to have any part of, and so were removed from the existence of these islands. Writings of the gods and goddesses, both good and evil. The two that you noticed in the Church of All pop up occasionally. Zahir. Zahir being written about as the a god of trickery, a god of death, one that when you saw a omen from him, you knew your time was nigh, and if anything were to happen in between there and you were to speak of Zahir or things of that sort, people did quit associating with you, and thus led to the downfall of that god in this realm. Same thing for Tarizadun, another god of trickery and death, seemed to work closely with Zahir. There's lore of how the Yuan-Ti that are here were born from the trickery and death that both of those gods brought, and though they were worshipped by the Yuan-Ti, eventually fell out of focus as they realized this is where the curse came from and were not fans of it. However, as those writings continue on, they get more chaotic, scribbled, just madness. It seems that whoever was reporting on these gods and this information seemed to lose his mind, because at the end it seems like everyone was out to get him. The walls are talking to me, the house is collapsing, and like visions, hallucinations, just all of the signs of going crazy. But yeah, that's pretty much what you get, aside from, like I said, if you have all your information from Scale Found, you get all that information as well. So Kazura is now at least as informed as Rose as the history of the town, if not a little more so with some of the books that maybe she didn't get into when she was down here, or things of that sort. So you're pretty well educated on the lands around here now.
I think before you read these books, Rose will see you and just give you a nod and be like, "All right, well, please don't cause any more additional trouble. I'll go get Baron, I guess."
Where will we be meeting?
Oh, that's a good question. That's not something I...
It is getting late. I don't know if y'all are going to a bar or not. We could drink on the boat. I could meet y'all somewhere.
How about you meet me at my home? and I'll take you to wherever Ina or what's his face, Baron is.
I know where your home
Sorry.
is, so I can find that.
Okay.
I know where you live.
I don't know. Would Rose be suspicious of this man wanting to read? No, I think she's just like, okay, well, he's trying to learn about all these lands that he's never been into before. I'd probably want to do the same.
Roll an
So
insight
she's not
check for me.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna have to confide what I'm thinking.
Oh, well.
You see the books in the time that you're there, and you tell him like, hey, I'll meet you back at home when we're done. The books you see him pulling out are books you're familiar with. It's histories of Astalia, of Yulhara, of Gilnar, just general histories. And being that you know him to not be of this land, you get the idea, oh, he's just trying to learn about the people and customs and things around here. As somebody who's not from here, wanting to make himself a little more familiar with what is going on in these areas. So you don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, Rose doesn't find you suspicious. She just thinks you're a traveler trying to understand new lands.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
So she's just
don't
like-
be suspicious.
Oh, because of that, she says, oh, if you have any other additional questions, I can answer the best of my ability. I, again, was raised here, so feel free to ask. Oh, and you can also ask Ina and Baron as well. They come from different parts of the 4 continents. Well, Ina's on this continent, but a different part of it.
Most of my questions would be geared towards those with a few more years in their life.
Well, I
So,
guess you
Ina.
could ask my parents as well.
Your parents are human, correct?
Correct.
They're probably not old enough then.
Well, there is an elven family here, though I don't know how many of them are left, she says, and her face gets really grim.
Which one's Elvin?
The YV family,
Is that with like Aaron?
Yeah.
and stuff?
Aaron,
They're Elvin?
Yeah.
they're all elven, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'd rather not interrogate the people of your town that have already gone through a lot. So that's why I'm going through the books.
Rosalie makes a relieved face that you would say something kind and just smiles softly and nods her head. And she's like, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyway, I'll meet you at your house after I'm done reading here, and
Of course. I'll try to get... She pulls out the sending stone. I'll try to get one of these for you so we can keep in contact with you since, well, you seem to be part of our group for now.
all right. There's a cost. I don't have much gold on me, but if it's
She waves her hand and goes, no worries about it.
Wait. Sorry, 1 sec. Didn't we give you a shit ton of gold? Did I say I was gonna give you gold and then we didn't?
You gave him gold. I remember you gave him some
I think you both gave me like 50 pieces each, which is still not
It's
a lot.
still not. No, but I just wanted to make
y'all
sure that
gave
we
me,
did
like,
get something.
food money. Like I have lunch money
Okay.
and like
50
rent
gold's a
for-
lot of money.
Well, I have enough for
to buy
like
a sending stone.
yeah. I
Yeah, it's
nothing
not enough for a
for
sending stone,
gear,
but it's still quite a bit of
but
money.
I have about a month's worth of allowance for like an inn and drinks and food.
Yeah, a good inn, food, drink, living for a month. But anyway.
Okay. Good.
All right. So you sit down there to research, looking at things. Rose,
leave.
you're leaving. Are you finding Baron or are you just going home?
She thinks she needs to tell Baron, and while she's on her, well, before she exits the building, she thinks she needs to find Asalim. Asalim?
Asalim? Okay.
Yeah.
He
You would be here, right? In
roll.
the city hall.
Roll a investigation check as you're talking to people, trying to find him, trying to track him down. Okay. You're about to step out the front door, and when you do, you think, oh, I should probably go find Asalim. I've got something I need to talk to him about. So you start talking and conversing. You find Zachariah, you find Zagun, you find a couple of the other higher ups that would be interacting with him, but they all don't seem to know where he's at. He is not currently at City Hall. And so nobody really knows where he's staying at the moment. Everything's still a bit chaotic with the rebuilding, all of the information that's coming and going from Valnaarmn, from refugees, from people who live in Estalia. Everything's still being figured out at the moment, and nobody really knows where he's at the moment, so you're not able to track him down.
Rose shakes her head as she goes, well, there is one other person I can ask, and personally I don't want to ask him, but he is kind of scared of me.
Okay.
So she's gonna head towards the Temple of Morden where I think Baron is, but when she's done talking to Baron, she's then gonna go back to the ship, find Dexmal, and then when she's done talking to Dexmal, she'll go back home.
Okay. Easily enough to find Baron. He's in the Temple of Morden working, so whatever you would like to tell Baron.
She basically says, I fixed the library situation. The whole restricted section is open. You could find whatever you need there.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Apologize I wasn't able to tell you through other means, but I'm gonna go fix that.
Okay, you getting another setting stone?
Yes.
Sorry.
Smart.
I heard paper crunkling behind me, and I was like, what the shit is going on? And this is what I see.
Oh. This.
The cat is curling up on a piece of paper right now. Anyway.
It's very cute.
Pat DM.
Anyway.
But she also does like a quick silent prayer in the temple, whatever, because she's like, I feel like I have to do that now since I'm here.
Okay. Roll a religion check for me.
She doesn't know what to do in churches, so she's like, I guess I'm supposed to say a prayer.
Buddy, quit.
No.
Yeah, he's a cat. He won't quit.
10.
10? Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
You start making your way to the boat to track down Dexmal, which you don't really have to track him down. He's on the boat. But go ahead and roll a dexterity saving throw for me real quick.
Why?
Oh no.
Baron, tied your robes up.
Now her bootlaces got tied.
What am I rolling like shit today?
So your boots weren't tied together, but one of them is untied, and you step on the shoelace with one, and you go to pick your foot up, and you go, oh shit! And then your body, like the amount of armor that's on top, you start to fall, and you can't save yourself, and you just go on the dock of the path of the dock leading to your ship. Clang! You just fall face first on the dock.
Ouchie.
Oh, God, that's so embarrassing. Oh, I hope no one saw that.
You pick your head up and look around, and there's a crowd of people kind of looking at you like, yo, is she okay? Like, what happened? Why'd she fall down?
She, tries to quickly pick herself back up and, I'm okay.
People look at each other, readjust their boxes and bags and things, and continue walking on their way.
She's red as a tomato as she reties her boots and heads towards the boat.
Okay. You get on the boat. It's easy enough to find Dex. He's in his hammock, I believe, is what you guys presented him as a place to stay. He's casually got a book open, one leg kind of hanging off, pushing himself to swing back and forth. Yes. Closes the book, sets it down, and sits up off the side of the hammock. What can I do for you?
You have the means of procuring magical items. Do you remember the sending stones you gave us, Ursula, a long time ago?
I do believe I remember that. Why?
Could you make another set?
Well,
By non-illegal means?
Maybe? It would take a little while.
How long is a little while?
About a week.
Yes.
But if you were okay with illegal methods, I could have them tomorrow.
I am not okay with it. What? Wait, what is your illegal methods?
Do you really want to know?
Actually, yes, I do.
Well, okay, so I teleport to a different island, and then I find a family with them. Well, I already have a family that I know of with them, and then I take them.
I kill the family,
kinda guy.
sacrifice all their bodies to the Raven
Nobody
Queen.
dies. I just simply misplace something for somebody else.
Is that how you got this bag of holding?
Do you really want to know
what he says? I am asking you.
I got it in a similar manner.
Oh, gods, I am holding stolen goods?
But nobody knows that you stole it. I hope nobody knows that I stole it, so it's okay.
I can't hold on to this. I feel wrong doing it.
You didn't ask me a certain way to procure something. You simply asked for it, and I bent the rules to get it for you.
It's just it's a lazy enchanter. He just steals shit instead of making it himself. I love it.
Look, if you are going to be staying on our boat, you will no longer procure things through illegal means, and you shall seek atonement for your crimes.
Okay. But see, here's the thing. You asked me for something. You didn't give me rules. You didn't give me anything. You wanted it.
Assumed that, like a normal person.
But hold on. When you realized I worked intricately with the Thieves Guild, yes?
Well, now I
You asked me to procure a bag of holding again, yes?
Are you telling me everything we have ever purchased from you are stolen goods?
I never said that.
Are you? Are you?
God, I wish the group was
offender?
here to roast Rose. Because we're like, yes, obviously.
Do you want some sending stones or not?
Do it the legal way.
Then you have to wait a week. Enchantment takes time, you see.
I will gladly wait a week if it means that another family gets to keep their goods.
Of course, I have no problem with that. It's just, you can't be mad at me when you didn't give me the rules of which you wish to acquire something before. So going forward, I will not procure things by illegal means, but just know it will take a fair bit longer to do such a thing.
Okay, so he's getting cocky now and it's pissing off Rose. So she does a laugh, one that's similar to the cackles she's done in battles before. And she goes, do you really want to push this issue with me right now? And that's an intimidation.
Roll an intimidation.
Fucking make him piss his pants.
Come on, don't roll like shit. Don't roll like shit.
Cry.
Come on.
Pee and cry.
9.
He stands up, takes 3 steps towards you, so you're now like 2.5 feet away from each other, looks you dead in the eye. And what exactly will you do about it?
Oh shit! I was
Cut his head off.
He rolled he rolled a 12 against your intimidation.
Damn. Okay, what did I say before this? I genuinely.
Don't hit him, please. Oh
You
God,
laugh.
I need this man.
That's not an intimidation to me, is it?
No, he's just responding to what you said.
Okay, let me think about this for a second.
This man called the bluff, and there ain't nothing else after the bluff.
Punch him on
Oh,
the
no.
fucking thing and pepper grind him.
Also, roll a perception check for me real quick. While you're thinking about it, roll a perception check.
What the fuck?
Oh my God, that's great. Anyway, continue. What are you going to say?
I can't. I'm rolling so bad now. I have to really think.
How do you want to fail? What do you want to
I
fail
want
to
to die today.
I'm going to go grab a drink.
Okay.
No.
For a squishy little man, she says. Do I have to roll intimidation again?
If you want. If you're intimidating him, then yeah. But do it at disadvantage because he already succeeded 1.
Ooh.
Okay, well, that's fine. She's trying.
What'd she get?
Let's go, 23.
Oh, shit. I mean, you had to roll good eventually.
Eventually.
Oh, fuck!
Okay.
I may be squishy,
What did he roll?
but I think I figured you out.
Oh, you bitch.
I haven't figured myself out.
Doesn't break eye contact.
I haven't figured myself out.
If you'd like your sending stones in a honorable manner, I can do that. If you would like them faster in a dishonorable manner, I can do that. But don't
Do it.
test me. And now he's rolling intimidation.
Okay, what do I roll?
Insight.
Okay. I'm bad at those.
Insight.
He rolled a 14, so you got to be a 14.
Oh, I rolled at disadvantage. Can I re-roll it normal?
No, it's still a disadvantage because you guys are like fighting right now.
8.
He also had disadvantage, if that makes you feel better.
Oh,
So,
well, no, 'cause I got an 8.
Now
You're-
you're peeing your
Disadvantage,
pants.
You're mildly intimidated at this. You see the glint in his eyes as a caster, and you realize casters can fuck with you pretty bad.
Yes, actually, they can.
Yeah, and there's a hint of chill that goes down your spine when he says, "Don't test me."
Oh, that's worse. Fine, but please do it the correct way.
Well, the correct way is up to the user, but I'll do it your way.
She just leaves. She's like with a huff. She's frustrated.
Can't wait to work more with you.
Yeah, whatever.
I hope Ina can intimidate him. That'd be fucking funny.
All right, you leave and return to your
I
house.
honestly love this NPC, and I love this just like, I fucking hate him as a character.
All right.
I also re-rolled the attraction roll, and it's worse, so she really is not attracted to him at all.
All right. So you make your way off the ship, leaving to go back to your house. Do you do anything on the way?
No, she should go to her parents.
Okay. Ina, you find that the best thing that they have to mix your thick viscous liquid with is actually one of their sweeter honeyed meads that they have there. It counteracts the bitterness of the dark licorice flavor with the sweetness of the honey mead. And he pours you a tankard of it, and you have to take a little bit to kind of get the mixing right. But you definitely share the recipe with him as a way to be like, hey, this is how you should use this if you get more of it in there. But you find a very good mixture that kind of coalesces very well. It's kind of like when you drink it, it tastes kind of like a lemon Twizzler kind of flavor. Like there's that distinct tartness to it, but it's very sweet on the aftertaste. So it's very different than most things that you or somebody else is accustomed to, and you share it with the barkeep and things like that. And he's like, wow, that's really good. I might have to pick some more of this up and, sell it for a higher price, make some money off of it. But you find a pretty good interaction of alcohols there to get it going with. After you get a couple drinks and you start, I mean, Ina's already sociable as it is, but you start to feel a little bit more. You start going about this bar, talking to people, talking up a party, conversing with people like, hey, this isn't the time to be down. We've lived, like the town is okay. People are rebuilding. There's work to be done. Like, let's get this done. And you're able to get about half the bar that you're just this bar where there's about 30 people here. In a much more jovial spirit. They're much happier. Like songs start to be sung, music starts to be played. There's a band that wasn't playing. They were kind of sitting at a table. I don't want to say crying, but remembering the people that they lost. But they get up on stage and they start playing, and things are being sung. People are dancing. It's just a much more jovial place, and it seems to be like what it was before the events that transpired, which makes Ina very happy because that's what she wanted to do in this environment. So everything seems to be going very well for Ina. Baron, how long are you wanting to work on this? You talked to Rose. She told you what she was going to do.
I mean, I probably would have wrapped up what I was doing if it had been like an hour or so.
It'd been a couple hours. By the time you guys separated, Rose goes to the library, comes talk to you, goes to the boat, and starts making her way back in. It's probably been 2.5 to 3 hours of things happening.
I'll do 3 hours worth of work, and then I guess what time would it be?
Late evening, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock ish.
Okay, I'll start making my way to the strip of bars, looking out for the loudest one because I assume that's
knowing what Ina said about finding the closest bar, and going there to start celebrating. You know that where you were at the Church of All, you knew that there's a bar right down the street. You weren't entirely sure the name, but you know that there's a bar right down the street, and you start making your way there. As you're making your way there, you do begin to hear the raucous. There's music being played, just festivities going on. And so you make your way in, and you find people just kind of, doing the doing like line dancing, linking arms, spinning around, and you see a small gnomish figure that you're very accustomed to on top of a table, tankard in air, cheering everything on, just having a good old time.
Yeah.
Hey, as I go through the door, I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to be real loud and be like, "Party time!"
Yeah.
And then I'll go get a beer.
That's me.
Where?
Sent it in there.
Oh, hell yeah!
All right, we got the music going now.
How much is a beer?
How much is a beer? Is a couple silver. We'll say 2 silver.
2 silver
For a tankard of the nicer beer. You don't have to get the the robble. It's in the higher part of town. They sell things that are a little higher class, but yeah, you don't kick. You open the door, and as you do, you kind of close it behind you. And when you do, there's a bit of air that kind of rustles people's hair. A couple of chairs across the floor, and everybody turns. Ina, you see Baron enter the room and make his way to the bar, get a tankard of ale, promptly put it up to his mouth, and put it down on the counter.
I'm gonna jump off the table and like get my drink kind of thing. Being, welcome to the party.
All cheers, Ina.
Okay.
Oh, you need to try this. And what's the bar guy's name? Probably know it by now.
Justin.
Okay, Justin. Let's get him around to the honey mead.
Yeah, I can take care of that for you. Are you okay with a little bit of a stronger drink there, lad?
Oh, am I ever?
Alrighty then. And you watch him pull out the same metal flask-like thing. He pours about 2 shots worth of liquid into there, and then he opens the cask and fills it the rest of the way with the honey mead. Sets it down with the flourish. Have a try of that then.
I'm gonna be like staring at him as he drinks it.
Is it just a shot?
No, it's a tankard, but he poured something out of a metal flask and then filled it the rest of the way with a honey mead.
Oh, so am I supposed to chug this, or do I sip?
Whatever you feel.
And I'll chug it.
Okay. You what? And the bartender watches you as you put it up to your mouth, and you just go. Slam it down. It's empty. That was quite a display there. I'm impressed. Here's another, and he goes ahead and pours another.
Did you like it? Did you like it?
This is my favorite bar ever. They reward me with more drinks when I finish drinks. How'd you find this place?
Did you like it?
I loved it. Did I love it?
I don't know. You heard me describe it, so.
I feel like it's something you'd like.
I think so.
I don't think Baron's too picky with booze. I rolled an 18, so
yeah, you like it.
I love it.
I made it.
You made it.
I made it up. Incredible.
What's it called?
Yeah, we call it the Ina Elixir. Get
I
that
got
right.
it.
Oh. Perfect.
Ina's like
You're famous.
absolutely losing her mind.
How do I get a drink named after me?
Well, you come up with something, and we might be able to work something out there.
I'm not well versed in making potions and drinks.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you ever do, feel free to come back. We'll make something up for you.
I'm good.
Some
Till then,
iron
I'll just
filaments
drink
up here.
the concoctions.
Yes. And then
All
we're
right.
just gonna go ahead.
And Baron will continue to drink and dance and play.
Alrighty.
Yes.
So as
And I
that's
also
going,
think that-
go ahead.
I think that Baron is like kind of silly when he drinks with his magic and just is constantly doing his stupid little cantrips to
Yes.
be
Yes.
flashy and heat up people's drinks and shit with heat metal and just, I don't know, just stupid shit.
Just
Yeah.
stupid shit. Okay.
Heat metal on a tankard? Oh my god.
That's how
Eh.
he boils water.
All right. As that's happening with those two, Kazura is still downstairs researching in the library. Rose, you make your way back home. Elizabeth opens the door. Oh, hey. Hello, Rose. Are your friends joining you tonight, or?
Does Rose know that she's into Baron? I'm gonna roll for that.
Roll an
Oh
insight
yeah,
check.
true.
An insight check. 11. Is that enough to know?
She looks anticipatory of sorts. You're not entirely sure why, but she's fairly different than what you're used to.
Okay.
Oh, yes, but we're going out to the city first. Don't worry, you don't have to prepare us.
Rose immediately starts assuming it's because she's worried about like preparing anything for them.
You don't have to prepare us anything. We're adults. We can handle ourselves.
Oh, of course. Can
Actually, if you want to join us, you can.
I might roll to see if she. I might take you up on that. Might deserve a little night out of raucous enjoyment. You know what I mean?
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Oh, Elizabeth, you have me so excited. We've been with each other for so long, and now I get to see you when you're drunk. You've seen me so many times when I'm drunk. It's only fair.
I suppose that's true. Hopefully not too drunk, but I will have a night of enjoyment.
Well, I'm gonna first speak to my parents, and we're waiting for an additional friend of mine before we head out to the town. So just gussy up as much as you want. Who knows? We may find you a little bit of a friend.
Her face turns red. I'll dress up what I can. Your parents are in their room. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you, especially after the events.
Of course.
If you need anything else, ask one of the other ones. I'll see you tonight. She makes her way off elsewhere.
This conversation has made Rosaline giddy because she's always liked Elizabeth, and now she's like, so she's gonna go and talk to her parents. Which
Okay.
We don't have to do the whole role play for that. It's basically her being like, "I need money."
Okay.
Also, are you
mean
are
money,
you
ma'am?
okay? I hope you're okay.
I was gonna say,
Love
they're-
you.
Yeah. I was gonna say, before you go talk to your parents, let's take our break. Because Forky has to pee uncontrollably bad right now. Imagine that. But yeah, we'll go ahead and take our break before you talk to your parents, and the night of chaos ensues. So
Okay.
let's do it.
I'm gonna put the BRB then.
Yep. All right, chat. We're gonna be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. Everybody else is gonna get a drink, go to the bathroom, stuff like that. Where it depends. Shut up, Goofin. I'm kidding. I love you, Goofin. But anyway, we'll be back momentarily. It is break time. Get a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do. We'll be back momentarily with more D&D. I hope you're enjoying whatever is happening today. And yeah, we'll be back. 1 second here. I forgot that I don't have that, so. I'm back.
Bye, fork.
Hello. We're back.
Thumbs are twiddling. Are we going the path you thought we would go?
You guys really haven't chosen a path at this moment. You're just kind of chilling in town doing things, so.
Right. That's why I was like, I remember our conversation yesterday. I was like, when are we gonna get party wiped?
Yeah. No, I mean, you guys are just chilling in town at the moment, so.
I'm ready to have a died again.
Have a died again. No, I don't think you guys, even if you go estranged today, especially since we're halfway through, will get. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think you'll get anywhere near something dangerous.
You just were like, maybe wait till tomorrow, and I was like, okay.
Well, just to see if we're what we were talking about. But
yeah, I'm still thinking about it. I haven't made a solid decision.
you have or haven't made a solid decision? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it could still go multiple different ways at this point. You guys, there are like 4 different ways that you could go at this moment, and it's just depends on where you do go at this moment. Because you got, like I said, you haven't really gone down a path yet. You're just in town celebrating / researching. So
Yeah, I'm gonna get last bits of money. I did want to talk to the prince, but she's like, I'll talk to him before I leave on a boat. We're gonna go to Ina's place first.
you got 3 days. So
Yeah.
so yeah,
Time
here.
to get
It's-
I'm
my...
just silently eating.
it's okay. Yeah, it's just
Hi.
you got 3 days worth
Oh,
of
wow.
figuring out what you, and if you come to a point like that a day has passed and everybody's accomplished everything that they want, we can skip ahead. It's just I figured I'd give you guys time to finish up what you needed to do in town or wanted to do in town before you left on a 2-week journey up to Kazur's place. That's going to be a whole different adventure there. You guys haven't been on the sea yet. I mean, you've been on a ship, but you haven't been like traveling on sea.
I think I need to decide if I want to go with that before she leaves on sea. Because when she leaves, that's a commitment.
Yeah, it's a commitment. Which, like I said, depending on where you guys end up after this session, may influence your decision a little bit. So,
Does your character know how to swim? Good question. I don't know.
I feel like everybody knows how to swim. It's just a matter of Rose is in heavy armor.
Yeah.
So, which I don't know. Does Ina have?
Ina should have swim speed things. at
Yeah,
this
no,
point.
yeah, that's fine. But she's also a druid, which means that she has access to breathe underwater, and I don't think she has it chosen right now. She does not. But you're also not on the boat right now, so.
I don't see anything that's like, oh, she doesn't know how to swim, but yeah, she's in armor. Also, she lives by the ocean, so I assume she would learn at some point, but she's just like in heavy armor.
Rose had a beach episode at one point.
In her life.
I feel that everybody has the ability to swim. It's just
Don't wear
Yeah,
armor
that's-
on the ship? Nah, she's gonna be wearing armor all the time. Her life matters.
I think the usual swim speed, unless it's specified, is 10 feet.
I remember I had the cloak of the manta ray once, and woo! I
yeet.
think you swim at like 60. And I remember there was a Triton in our party who swam at like 30, and he was not happy.
I feel like swim speed is the same as your movement speed. Hold on.
Not innately. There are certain races have benefits of swim speed. I know, like the aquatic elves and tritons have that as a bonus.
I have to say,
so it's
Brandy,
You can run faster
your
than you can
hair
swim.
and your
Swim speed is
Looks
acts like
uber
moving through
cute.
rough terrain, so it cuts it in half.
Okay.
And then heavy armor affects it even more, so it cuts it down to a quarter.
Is
A
it a sandwich
quarter
with
of
chips in it?
Yeah, so like if you wear medium or less armor, like medium armor or lighter, you move at half speed. If you wear heavy armor, you move at quarter speed. So like for Baron and Rose, they both wear heavy armor. So for Rose, instead of moving 30 feet, she'd move like 12 feet. So 2 spaces.
And then Baron would be
1 space.
oh god.
Unless he got something that improved his swim speed.
I love putting cucumbers on sandwiches.
Cucumber.
Yeah, it's just like fresh, like bright to it.
I hate cucumbers so much.
Really?
That's an odd thing to hate.
They taste horrible.
All right.
Really?
But
I love pickles. I hate cucumbers.
I hate pickles, but I like cucumbers.
getting back into D&D.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
No, this is cucumbers.
I don't want this to turn into pre-D&D talk because we spend like 15 to 20 minutes talking about bullshit. So before we start, it's fine. I don't have a problem bullshitting about stuff, but after we've been in the game for, 2 hours.
True.
All right. Getting back into it, Rose, you have gone home. The other 2 of your party members are out partying in a bar. One of the new compatriot is researching in the basement in the library. You have returned home to talk to your parents about procuring a crew for your ship. You had an interaction with Elizabeth where she might come out and party with you guys. And we enter with you entering your parents' room. You open the door and you enter. Your dad is passed out on the bed. Seems to be heavily asleep. He's gone through quite a bit in the last few days. Your mom is on bedside in a rocking chair, has a book open in her lap when you open the door.
Yeah. Oh, I also realized she probably should ask about, okay, who's going to become, are you guys going to continue being the nobles of the house after all that shit you're going to, or do you expect shit from
This is why we're role-playing this, not just skipping through it, so.
Got it.
Hello, Mother. I see Father is asleep.
Yeah, the book closes most of the way, and she's got a pair of what looks to be like bifocals, but they're not bifocals, they're just half glasses, down her nose a little bit as she's sitting there reading. Oh, Rose. Yes, he's quite exhausted, given current events. How are you doing?
Sorry, someone was calling me.
Could be better, but day by day we get through.
Indeed, and she places her arm on your dad's shoulder as he's laying there, and he kind of nestles in a little bit more in the blanket.
How does he look? He looks probably like really skinny.
He's very gaunt. Malnourished. What you'd like? It sounds really bad, but like a Holocaust survivor. Like you can see the bones, the cheekbones, and the jaw bones. If you could see his rib cage would be very prevalent going on right there. He's very gaunt, tired, exhausted, weak. It's going to take a little bit of time to get him back completely onto his feet.
Rosaline sits on the bed and is just looking at her dad like heartbroken. This is not something she's ever wanted to see.
He's doing good. He's, given what he's been through. I haven't had a lot of time to talk with him at this moment, but he's very optimistic about endeavors, so.
Optimistic how? About what?
Just that he's here and you're here and, the city still stands. People are alive and just that we won, basically. What he has told me is very daunting as what they did to some of the other people down there, so from what he has said is good.
It was a gruesome sight.
Can only imagine.
How are you and Father faring with it all? How are you going to continue the duties of House Capthorne?
Well, given his state, he's backed off a little bit in order to regain his strength. A lot has fallen on me. I have a decent idea of his day-to-day work life and what he did, but being the book side of things, it makes it a new challenge for me to interact with the storekeeps and things of that sort, and I welcome the challenge if it means that he's able to rest and get back on his feet to re-encapsulate himself in what we have here.
Aw.
Rose is looking at her mother. She probably looks exhausted too. And then she looks at her father and she just kind of looks down and whispers, "Do you need me to assist? It is my duty. I know that."
I think at the moment, we, not me, are okay. The market is a bit disheveled at the moment. Stands and buildings are being repaired and people are reincorporating themselves into the world, so it's not as busy as it once was, so I think I can handle it for the moment, especially until he's able and willing to get back into the swing of things. So though I appreciate the offer, I don't think we need the assistance. It's just a trying time for most people in this environment. Baron, can you roll a perception check for me?
Yes.
Ina's dead on the ground from alcohol poisoning.
21.
21. You're the first one to notice. As you're kind of dancing around in the bar, having a good old time with Ina, playing pranks on people, heating their mugs up and stuff of that sort, you feel a slight tug in the shoelaces of your boots. And you look down and there's two hands that are disembodied. They're just hands that are there that are currently tying your shoelaces together or your boot laces together.
If I have it, I do. I'm going to cast Hold Person.
Okay.
On the hands?
What's the DC on that?
On it, yeah. 17 Wisdom.
Natural 13 for a 18 on the wisdom saving throw. So,
All right.
but they save, but you do like as you clutch the symbol of Morden, as you're looking at these hands, you watch this outline of a small gnomish figure, about the size of Ina, appear, and it kind of outlines it. And then as he saves against it, you watch the head shake, and then it kind of dissipates, and the hands disappear. Your boots are untied, but they're not tied together.
Ina's oblivious. She didn't notice.
Yeah, you're dancing on a table, skipping around in circles with a drink in your hand, just having a good old time.
Okay, I'm just gonna whisper to where I think the hand is right now. His name was Bairden, right? That's who you.
Bearvin.
Bairvin?
Yeah.
Bairvin.
I'll put it in chat.
I'll show you what he looks like.
Is it just an old dude dancing?
No.
Oh.
But anyway.
There he is. Oh, there's a pointy beard. All right. I'll say, Ervin, your secret's safe with me if you tie Ina's shoes together right now.
You
Ina's
feel
just dancing.
You feel a slight pat, like on where your shoulder meets your neck. A couple times he pats on, like you feel a pat, and then it kind of goes like not silent because you're in a bar partying, but you feel that.
Mm-hmm.
Back to Rose.
There is a lot going on in the city, I admit. A part of me feels like
I feel so guilty. We're just partying and having the time of our lives while she's like seeing her dad.
No, I don't. No, you shouldn't feel guilty.
part of me feels as if I shouldn't leave and I should help everybody rebuild and help father and you back on your feet.
She moves her hands from your father's shoulder and clasps your one hand that you had like laid on your father's thigh as you're sitting bedside, kind of clasp it in both of her hands. No, you shouldn't feel that way. You've done so much, and we've built before. There's been sieges before. There's nothing astray. This is what you want to do. You wanted to go out. And granted, there may not be a competition or royalty of another family, a reason for competition anymore. But I want what you want, and if you would like to go experience everything and anything out there, then there's no problem with that. He's doing much better. It's not like he's gonna get better in a day. I mean, you've been sick before. Has it taken you a single day to get better?
Has it?
No.
Truthfully, Rose. Actually, this is gonna be in Rose's voice.
Well, truthfully, I only went off and did those things to benefit us, our family, to protect the innocent of our city.
What do you think the innocent of the city would feel if you abandoned protecting them just to help us regain the market? There's no reason for that.
Rose makes like a skewed face, like I don't know how to say it, but she's thinking.
Rose,
Well,
we've been abrasive at moments. Your father more than me. And I understand that, and I wish you to do what you want to do. I personally never wished this foolish competition to occur, but one voice amongst many was not heard. And it was, alas, it was put to task for you and the other women of nobility here. I just wish you to be happy, and whether father sees it that way or not, that might mean branching off from the family business.
I'll think about it. I understand you wish for me to choose my own path, which I appreciate, since honestly, this would be one of the first times I would really make such a decision in my life. So I'll think on it.
Rose, you've always been a very matronly figure, even from a young age. The other children very much looked up to you as a leader and as a matriarch. I hope you see it to continue to lead, and as we're rebuilding and regrowing, reinterpreting ourselves in this world, I hope that you find your place. And if that means that we retire as old, crazy married people and someone else takes over the market, then that's okay. What you want is most important. And I hope you see that.
She smiles because it's a bit of a relief that she has freedom of choice for once. Because truthfully, all of this campaign, she's like, I'm doing all of this because I have to marry the prince. I have to go in the competition. I have to marry the prince. I have to do this so I can protect my family line. I have to do this to protect the innocent. And she's like,
Well, I appreciate that.
Oh!
Your father has
Kitty?
a bit of an interest in certain events that transpired. And I think that's what led
Big
to...
ass bug in here.
I think that's what led to many of the decisions that were made. But I feel with current events, his ideologies may have changed. So just give him a bit to heal, recover, and rejoice in the excellence that his daughter has become. because I know I have, and I wish nothing but the best for whatever life may bring you. As a bug crawls across your foot and you kind of capture it in the glass that's next to the bed.
And go, oh my god, mother, give me a second. And I go leave. And I come back and I'll be like, oh, all right.
Well, thank you. I'll think about it. But to be a little more cheerful, I hate switching the mood, but this is a little too much on me right now.
It's a lot on a lot of people, but I understand. Are your friends staying the night tonight? Should we prepare rooms or?
I think so, yes. We have a additional guest who will take the room as scale-found.
Of course, we'll make sure everything's prepared for when you guys return, and perhaps tomorrow we can all have breakfast together. I'm sure pats your father on the shoulder. I'm sure your father would like to speak with everybody.
Of course.
Give his appreciation.
I don't know if you heard, but the city gifted us a brand new galleon.
Oh, that's lovely. Why?
They couldn't pay us in other ways.
Oh, she puts her hand over her face. Yes, sorry. That makes much more sense. It's been a long couple of days. Yes. Money is a bit tight for most families these days.
Yeah. How are we doing money-wise?
We're faring well. There was only minimal damage to the Capthorne estate, and the market is a necessary place, so we've postponed or waived most fees for the time being, but our coffers are still well stocked at the moment.
Right. I hate doing this because this isn't like me at all, but can I request some money for the journeys ahead? We kind of need to pay a crew and also, livelihood and...
Roll a persuasion check for me real quick.
I feel weird asking my mom for money. A persuasion.
In real life, I feel the weirdest asking family for money. I hate it.
I hate it.
It's
I'm like,
so bad. And my mom's like, dude, just fucking ask us. Like, if you need help, like, we get it. Life sucks as a fucking mid-20-year-old.
I
Like,
had
just
to
ask
my
us.
mom for help for the classes, and she was just like, "Oh, of course." I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
God,
just
I don't feel
yeah.
right. I'll pay you back when I can. And she's like, "Why?"
Yeah.
What do you mean why?
Yeah. It's the weirdest. I hate it, but at the same time, parents are like, no, just fucking ask us. Just
Yeah.
persuasion 24. Oh, gross. There's no need to be ashamed of it. Like, cruises are expensive. We've shipped our fair share of things across the sea. How long or how much or what would you require?
Rose explains what she requires. I'm not gonna go through it because I don't really remember everything, but it roughly would cost 10, but she also wants like an additional like.
How long would you like to hire a crew for?
Rose isn't sure how long.
It's a 2-week journey to Kazur's hometown.
But we don't know how long.
But you don't know how long you're gonna be there.
Yeah.
So just as a thing, to get from here to Kazur's town and back is a month. So roughly 1,200 gold for a round trip from here to Kazur's place. So do you want to get like a year's worth? Do you want to? You rolled a 24. You're gonna get whatever you want. It's just a matter of how much you want.
Is it okay to safely say we as a team talked about it before I asked my parents, just so that I know we get the same amount that everybody else wants to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say you guys would have talked about that. Yeah. So how?
1 million gold.
They don't have that much.
No. I'm not draining all our coffers.
Maybe like half a year And I assume we'll just make more if we need it.
Like,
It's an
Probably doesn't hurt.
5K is probably enough.
It's an 8-month year.
It probably
Like-
doesn't hurt to have the full 10K, just so like if we don't spend it all, there's also emergencies.
Well, wait, are we paying the sailors while they just sit on their ass and do nothing?
Welcome
I mean,
and
if
get
they're
paying
away
a crew.
from their family.
I thought like you only pay for the journey, and then when you're at a dock, like the crew finds work elsewhere in the city.
That's
and you pay them for the return.
that's a possible thing to do, but the way that she is interpreting it for asking her family for money is paying a crew for a specific time where they're on the ship for a certain amount of time, and so they're not making money elsewhere. They are the crew of that ship. Especially going to a land that they have no idea what's going on. They've never been to. They don't know anybody.
Oh,
They
yeah,
may
we're
not find another
introducing
job.
I don't like this thought as Kazir now. I'm just introducing a bunch of foreigners to the shore of my lands. Ooh.
You're a foreigner on the shore of our lands.
True.
We're bandanaing up the entire crew. As soon as we go.
And the blindfolding them all.
Leave the food in storage down there. Just lock them down there in storage for however.
There you go.
Oh God.
Well, given that
As I said,
nobody has
Rose
too
is
many
like-
inputs.
Rose is like, I feel like it should be full 10K. We're not gonna spend it all, but having the additional cash for emergencies is always beneficial. But she also is like, hey, are we able to afford a whole 10K of gold?
Yeah.
So, given what like what you guys just said and what you've talked about with parents, well, seeing what you're describing, we can probably fund a year's worth of travel for you and your friends, the crew anyway, paying for. So, we can, out of the coffers, 12,000 is acceptable.
Woo-hoo.
That should cover.
We have, Ma.
You run the market.
How much do we? I want to know, like as a player, how much does the
roll an insight check for me, because you've been around, but you haven't like watched your mom do the numbers or anything like that. But go ahead and roll an insight check to see how the 12,000 kind of hits her.
We don't know.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty common amount for her. Like, she doesn't seem to flinch terribly bad at throwing 12,000 gold your way. 12,000 should be enough to fund a crew and possible repairs for a time being, listing anything for the ship. However, I feel that's about the most we could do. So if anything happens, emergency in the interim, you might be on your own to finance that. But
Rose is like wide-eyed, like that's not what I expected at all. But like
you rolled a 24.
I will gladly take the because in her head she's like, I'll gladly take the additional funds just to keep as an emergency fund in her pocket.
So. She doesn't like give you a chest full of 12,000 gold. But as far as crew goes, when it comes to hiring them, you have that amount available depending on what kind of crew you hire to hire the crew. So you could hire a crew for 6,000 gold a year and then save the other 6,000 gold for whatever means. It's all just dependent on what you want to do.
Can she hold all the gold in the bag of holding? She has it on her. And
Theoretically, I believe you could, but it's not like the gold is at the house.
Okay.
Like it's in the coffers of the city hall. Like as a noble family, it's kept in a bank vault, as a family thing. They don't just keep 12,000 gold on hand in a house. That would, just invite robbery.
Yeah.
So like theoretically, yes, you could hold it, but it's not. She's not giving you 12,000 gold. She's saying, hey, here's 12,000 gold. You as a loan that you don't have to pay back. So whenever you get the crew and find out the total expenses for however long you're traveling, you can go to the bank, be like, I need this much gold from my family's bank or from my family's account, and pull it out and pay your people.
Okay.
So you have 12,000 gold available for crew hire. Like I said,
additional emergency funds.
or additional emergency funds. But like I said, you could hire a crew for half as much and keep 6,000 for yourself if you wanted to.
I'd probably, well, like, Rose would be holding it, but she's not going to be, like, spending it frivolously, because to be honest, out of all of us, Rose has always been the one who keeps to her money.
You will have to go to the city hall to retrieve the funds no matter what. So it's not at your house. It's in the city hall coffers.
Okay. I put 12,000 gold for additional ship fare.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, now that's settled. And she's like, okay, parents, you good? Pat, pat.
As that finishes up, Kazura, you're just now finishing up your research. Your eyes are dry. They're kind of stingy at this point. You're rubbing them. The torch is all but dwindled down to just the husk of the stick that the pitch-covered rags were hanging on. It's just kind of a light glow to it as opposed to a torchlight.
Well, that about covers that. They don't know much. Anyway. She said her house. So I'll head to Rose's house now.
Okay.
And just wait outside.
Okay. About the time that you leave and get out and all the way down to Rose's house, she's making her way outside with Elizabeth in tow. Elizabeth is dressed in a very elegant, much more than you're used to seeing Elizabeth in. You know, she's usually in, I don't want to say tattered, but like more commoner kind of blouse and skirt with a apron usually on. But she's in a very elegant looking, tight fitting, almost modern mermaid dress looking outfit. Is a very light blue color to it with speckles of brown that start very faded at the chest region, and as it moves down the dress towards the ankles, it gets more and more dense of that light brownish color, so it almost looks like waves crashing on a beach. It's like a blue up top and then sandy kind of shores on her ankles. Very, very, very pretty. But you make your way outside, and as you exit, you see Kazur kind of walking up at this point. Yes.
Rose has put her armor in her room. She's just wearing her normal, fancy, noble rider attire.
Understood. But you exit as you're kind of talking with Elizabeth about what you talked to your parents about, how they're doing and things of that sort. You notice Kazur approaching at about 30 to 25 feet away.
Rosaline waves at you.
I don't wave back, but I keep approaching.
Wow, okay.
Elizabeth, this is Kazur. He helped us when we were fighting some terrible creatures earlier today. And I think he's joining us for the rest of our adventures for a while. He is from a different continent, so I'm sure you'll find quite an interest in speaking with him. Kazur, this is
she my handmaiden?
Your sister, I presume.
Handmaiden?
Like, I'll like speak
I wouldn't say handmaiden. She's just one of the servants that works for you.
But I feel like I should respectfully call her by her title.
Sure, handmaiden then.
This is a handmaiden of the Capthorne house, Elizabeth. She's dear to our family, as well as the rest of the party.
As she introduces, Elizabeth kind of curtsies and looks up to you. It's wonderful to meet you. Thank you for assisting in the defeat of some fiendish entity.
My pleasure. Greetings to you. Anyhow, Rose, where is your armor?
Matt.
Your armor.
It's in my room. We're just going out down. We don't need to be wearing it about.
Okay.
Do
Interesting.
you never take your armor off, Kazur?
No.
You weird fuck.
Rarely, if ever.
P.U.
Rose's eyes are wide and she goes,
Well, mine are quite heavy, so it's nice to take it off every now and then, but I imagine for you it's just a sense of comfort and safety.
Well, yes. Being in a town that was just invaded and attacked by fiendish entities, I would rather not be defenseless at another potential point, but
roll a dexterity saving throw for me.
while she's dancing on a table, oh my lord.
Rose is like just nodding her head like, what the hell is wrong with this dude? And just goes,
All right, well,
You can
let's
put it in
go
chat,
to
Ina.
the marketplace. I'm sure we'll easily find which bar it is that the other two are out because it'll be the loudest one in the street.
Knowing Ina, which I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on already.
You
I'm not
saw
surprised by that.
you saw the maximum and the minimums of her life today, I'd say.
She's
So
very easy to read.
with a natural 19, your cloak is tied between your legs again as you're dancing around and kind of skipping around a table, having a merry old time, and then you fall on the ground, face first onto the table, and you hear a off to the side.
Do I see them? Do I see him?
Roll a perception check. Kazura, with your natural perception, you guys begin making your way towards the market district when you hear a loud ruckus coming from down the street from the Church of All. A market. This right here is where you hear the loud ruckus coming from.
I wonder where that is.
Right behind the red wand.
Yeah, you fall face first on the table and immediately like put your hands up and go into like a push-up thing, and you're looking around, you're looking for where the laughter came from, and there's a lot of laughter in here, and they're not necessarily laughing at you, but laughing with you. Like you were having a good time.
I feel like I'm laughing. Yeah.
You just
Baron
happen to
is
fall
laughing
over.
at you.
Yeah. Baron knows what's Baron knows what's going on. And everybody's kind of laughing with you, and you know, it's a merry time. You were dancing, you happen to fall over, but you look down at your cloak and you see it's tied together. You're looking around, you don't see anything.
I'm gonna.
You circled the tailor shop.
I think
I don't know.
No, the tailor shop was.
It's
Right
was
there.
No,
replaced.
this is the tailor shop. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I thought this was the tailor shop,
It's fine.
It was by the red wand. I remember that.
and this
Oh,
was
it-
the.
Guys, this is not
Drunken
Critical Role.
Pictures.
You don't have to keep track of everything, okay?
this is the tailor shop.
Over here, and then over here, and then.
Guys, look, this is the tailor shop, this is the blacksmith, and this is what happens in between, okay?
Oh my god.
Oh, you're so bad.
Anyway.
I think because I know it's his trick and he's done it to me before, I'm kind of gonna like. I think I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire and just be like, ah.
Okay. Quit drawing on my map. Goofin says, it looks like a football play. Yeah, that's what it is. It's definitely a football play. Anyway, so I don't have a map made for this tavern at this moment because I didn't expect this to occur. Where do you cast Fairy Fire at? So the way it's
The
set up,
direction of the laughter.
you're on the direction of the laughter. So the way it's set up, it's about a 30-foot by 30-foot cube is this tavern that you're in. You're on the center table. You've been dancing around, having a good time with people. There's 3 tables on the northern end, 3 tables on the southern end. The band is on the western end, and there's a table or 2 on the eastern end, and then the bar is on the far side of the room. So the laughter you heard came from the northeastern end. So there's 2 tables that incorporate that square because Fairy Fire is what, a 30-foot cube?
Mm-hmm.
So you've cast it over there. What is the save on Fairy Fire? Oh, it's a 20-foot cube. So it still encompasses those 2 tables, but it's yeah.
Oh, I clicked Charm Person. Sorry. Yes.
I was gonna say, so it's a 20-foot cube, so it shrinks a little bit, but you cast it within those 2 tables.
Dex 16.
Dex 16.
Fail, bitch.
He does actually fail. So you cast Fairy Fire and this cube erupts and this like sparkly glittery, there's like little beetles and flies and things that fly out and kind of circle around people and sprinkle this like fairy dust on them. And they're kind of lit up. And the people who are aware of the party and here having a jovial time are like, yeah, it's like a rave now. They're like dancing around their arms. But in between all of these people that are now dancing around and have this glowing ability about them, there is one figure that is like in the very back corner of where you cast it. He just couldn't quite get out of the area in time. You see a small gnomish figure with a pointy beard and slicked back hair that is currently kind of standing like pressed against a wall trying to get out of the area as it enlightens his silhouette against this wall that you can now see.
I'm gonna quickly like grab my cloak, not untie it, just like hold it up and run to him.
Okay, make a dexterity throw at advantage because you picked it up in your hands. Quit drawing on my map, you motherfuckers!
I was drawing the bar for you.
Oh!
I just
I'm gonna fall for sure.
Well,
8.
he deleted the building
8.
and the tables.
Okay.
Oh.
So you pick up your cloak and it attempts to kind of work around the tying together. Baron, you're watching all of this, and to you, it's hilarious. At the time that you're like, you pick it up and you get about halfway to the character. At the same time, Rose and Kazur, you kind of led Rose like, hey, there's a ruckus going on over here. I bet this is what's happening. At the same time, you open the door. You watch as Ina's got her cloak, like half of it roped up in her arm, and she's like scurrying over to a corner of the room, and then she goes boom and falls face first onto the ground.
Yeah, this seems like the right location.
As
she's
that's
here.
happening, I'm gonna be laughing and I'm gonna get up on the bar or the closest table and I'm gonna go, look, everyone, guess who I am? And then I'm gonna pretend to run and trip. But I'm gonna, as I'm falling, I'm gonna use Featherfall, and I'm just gonna go like that in the air.
Make a performance check for me, Baron.
Performance check? Okay.
Yeah.
Too good.
10.
10. So as you guys walk in, you watch Ina fall on the floor. There's like 6 to 8 people kind of like dancing around that are glowing, and you're like, what the shit is going on right now? And as you look over, as these people are dancing, Baron stands up at a table and he puts his tankard up in the air. He's like, hey, look who I am. And he starts like running in place and then trips and then slowly falls like this.
Perfect.
I'm gonna be on the ground just like when he said, look who I am. I'm gonna look over and just be laughing. Watching and laughing.
I see the party's already started.
These are the individuals that I have to save the world with. Oh,
please.
Lord.
Ina, roll a perception check.
I'm not using that fucking dice anymore. No! I got 1! No!
That's what you get for betraying the dice.
Okay, so what was it? Sorry.
I got a 1.
Okay. So as you trip and you look up at Baron who's dancing, you see the door, you see your friends walk in, you glance back over to the wall where you saw the figure before. He's gone, and you're just laughing hysterically at this point.
I need to go to bed. Just like, I'm gonna try and get up and undo my thing. But
Okay.
it'll take me a few tries to undo it.
Okay.
Rose is slightly giggling at the chaos of it all because she's like gotten used to you both and is used to you having like stupid parties like this. So she's just like, well, let's dig in. And she goes up to the bar to just order something.
Okay. Easy enough to do. A couple silver removed. You can get yourself a drink. Grab a tankard, sit down at the table with Baron, who is recovering from his feather fall of sensuality.
Did they ask her if she wanted to try the new Ina drink?
She doesn't. The bartender does not immediately ask you if you want to try the Ina elixir, but after Ina is done untying her rope, which takes a few seconds as she's entered the drunk stage, which Baron and Ina, at this point, you guys would be considered drunk. So from now on, any ability checks that may happen tonight would be at disadvantage.
So Rosalie's just gonna order like a glass of her favorite wine.
Italian wine, yeah, of course, it's fantastic. So for a glass, yeah, it's 3 silver for a glass for that.
Okay, she just gets that, and she like sits at whatever is near Bairn, and like goes on like Elizabeth to come over.
Yeah, so Baron is seated at a table. Elizabeth goes up to the bar with you. Also procures a glass of wine along with you. You guys make your way to the table with Baron, who's seated with looks like 3 humans and a Yuan-Ti refugee of some sort. Yes.
I will pay for Elizabeth's drinks.
Okay.
She's a lady of my house. I am responsible for her.
She begins to open her coin purse and she starts like counting copper to try and like get things figured out.
No.
And you shake your hand and wave your head and like, no, I've got this. So
I got this.
Order whatever you want. I will cover it for you.
she turns blood red and kind of thank you, Rose. And makes her way back to the table. But Baron is currently at a table with it looks like 3 humans and 1 Yuan-Ti semi-refugee. He's dressed in more finer clothing than what you're used to the refugees dressed in. Perhaps he was not necessarily higher class, but better off than the people the Yuan-Ti that you're used to in town, who are currently just jeering and having a good time, laughing with and at the current events that have transpired. The music is going lively, which I should probably turn back on at this point.
I will turn off my music.
So here you are.
She waves at Kazur too.
I'll join the table.
You join the table. There's Rose, Elizabeth, 3 humans, and a Yuan-Ti, which you're semi-familiar with Yuan-Ti, but it's weird to see them in such a respect because in your place, they're not as well accepted as most individuals are. They are prevalent and they are there, but most people look down upon them. So it's interesting to see them in a well-kept tavern such as this being treated as equals.
We're progressive.
Rose raises a glass and says in common for Istale, and then in Yuan-Ti for Valnaarmn.
Hey!
So you hear Rose say,
just pour a drink on herself by accident, trying to shove it.
So you hear Rose say Forestalia in common, and then in this weird kind of hissed language, she turns to the other one with her arm still in the air and hisses this to this other character at the table. And you're not entirely sure what she said, but you understand that she's speaking the same language as what this person is. And at this point, you have gotten yourself up, untied your robes, and have brushed yourself off. You've gotten back to the table with Baron, Rose, Kazur, Elizabeth, and the other 3 humans and the Yuan-Ti.
Well, I left tears dripped a little bit. Speaking. Oh, I smell so good. Yeah, you have a smell. So actually, have a little sip. Have a sip. You should try this. It's very good. I made it.
To who? Who are you giving
to?
this to?
To you, Rose. And Elizabeth.
Oh. Rose looks at
and Kazur, I guess.
Rose looks at it and goes,
As much as I love you, Ida, I do not want to drink from the same tankard as you in your current state.
Right.
Do you mind if you want me to try that? Just procuring me another. I apologize. It's just, me.
Of course, lass. Let me get around to the table, and I'm gonna get up and I imagine my fucking cloak's gonna be tied again.
At this point, it's not.
Okay, I'll get up and go to the bar guy. Just
Kazur and Baron, you notice off in the back corner, as opposed to the northeastern side and the northwestern corner, there is a faint glowing outline of a small gnomish figure that is currently back there. Ina, you don't notice this, but the other 2 of you do. Ina,
I noticed? I am sober.
what's your passive perception? 10?
10.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Ina, you make your way back to the bar. I can make 2 more, but you've almost run me dry, especially after buying that bottle. So I can make 2 more, and if you provide what's left or what's in the bottle that you bought, I can make some more. But I don't have an unlimited supply. Okay.
and the bottle back. Don't pay me.
I'll make as many as this bottle will make for free since you bought it and gave it back. So.
All right.
All right. So how many do you want to make now?
4.
4. Okay. So
5. I'm gonna make 5.
Okay. He makes 5 more tankards full of the mixture of honeyed mead and vicious visco.
As that's going on, and I notice the little silhouette,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna nudge Kazur and just go. Ina's gnomish friend is in the corner over there. You gotta help me catch him. And
Oh, that's what it is?
I'll kind of go like.
Oh, I was about to throw a dagger at its face. Okay, glad you
No, don't yell. We're just gonna catch him. All right, I'll go this way. You go that way, and I'll.
Why are we capturing him? Why are we capturing him?
It's gone.
Baird has already initiated operation.
Wasn't even informed him.
As you say this, and you get up and make your way to make the pincer movement, Ina, you make your way back to the table. Your arms are full of tankards.
I'm like carrying them like my life depends on it. I'm like staring at them like.
Yeah, so you're completely distracted. Kazura, you watch as Baron walks off to the other end of the room, and do you get up and go the opposite way like he suggested?
He like mumbledly, drunkenly told me what to do, so I'm like, I'll get up and just like stand there, kind of like move to where I think he wanted me, but I'm not gonna be ready to grab anyone or anything.
Okay, so the fairy fire spell only lasts for a minute. So by the time that Baron gets up and moves around to the other room and you stand up and turn, you watch as the glowing silhouetted outline of this figure dissipates in that corner of the room. So you are now, Baron is on the opposite side of the room. You're standing kind of like.
As soon as
now
the fairy fire went out, I'm just gonna walk back and sit down at the table.
Okay.
I'm not even gonna waste my time with this.
So Baron, you walk off to the other side of the room and you're watching this figure, this silhouetted figure, and then you watch as all of a sudden the outline disappears and you're like, fuck.
Shit. And then I'm gonna look over at Kazur, who I assume is in position, right?
And he's in the action of sitting back down.
And I'll be like whisper yelling at him, Kazur, what the fuck? You betrayed me.
And you see Ina come back to the table with her arms spread around 5 tankards full of the mess that you've made.
She goes up, like puts her glass down and goes up to help her with the other additional tankards.
Okay.
Thank you.
Where was that silhouette? Was it at a bar stool? Was it?
So the band is playing on the far western side of the room that you're currently in. The shadowy figure, the outlined figure, was in the corner on the northwestern side. So it's on the far left-hand side of the building, the far edge of like the corner where the northern wall and the western wall meet.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna walk to the general area where I saw him.
I'll put a red dot in the building where he would have been right there. Okay. If that helps you.
Yes, I will walk to that corner of the room to generally where I saw, and I'm going to just say out loud, all right, Ina's friend, we can't buy you drinks if we can't see you.
No reply.
And Baron is gonna fart in the corner, and then he's just gonna walk away.
Yeah. I feel like he'd laugh at that though.
So you make a little fart, and then you start to walk away.
Make a little leg lift too, so you can tell.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Is this to not shit my pants?
A D&D session with
a
y'all
dex to see if it's a shot or
some
not.
sort of bodily
excrement, yeah,
thing coming out of someone's
I'm sorry. I'm a dwarf. What do you want from me?
Puke.
What
piss.
What was the
dexterity saving throw?
Dexterity saving throw. Okay, I got an 11.
11.
I
Okay.
picture him doing that Kakashi, like that Naruto, blink, out the butt.
That's
1,000
just
years
enough
of
to
death.
save. You start to walk, and you, at the very last second of your step, you feel your bootlaces tied together, and you trip, but you catch yourself before you hit the ground, and you like look up, and you're like in a half, like you're in like a Superman, like after you come out of the sky, like 2 feet on the ground, 1 foot on the, or 2 feet on the ground, 1 hand on the ground, and you're like looking up, and you're like, nobody saw that? I didn't trip? All right, you stand back up, untie your shoelaces, retie them together, fucking hate this guy, and make your way back to the table. So, you're now back at the table. There are tankards full of this new Ina's elixir that 2 of you have not heard of before, set in front of you, ready for a night of camaraderie.
I rolled a roll to see if Rosaline likes the Ina mixture. It's a 9, so not particularly.
You're
no.
indifferent to it. It's not your favorite, but
It's got some interesting notes that I'm not particularly fond of, but I'll drink it.
I'm gonna place them like each one of us have one, and then like so like we're sitting on the table like bink bonk, and then I'm gonna put one right at the end of the table, just for bourbon. This one's
Okay.
yours.
okay.
I am not touching my tankard.
Okay.
You fuck. I'm drinking
Oh.
mine.
Wait a sec. Does Rose notice you not drinking?
Roll a perception check. You roll a deception check, Kazura, because I feel like you would fake put it up to your mouth to like make it.
I'm not even. It's
You're
not
not-
like I'm just not touching the drinks.
Oh, okay. Roll it with advantage then, Rose.
Oh, okay.
Like, I'm not even trying to. Like,
Okay.
I'm just not. I'm not trying to lie. I'm just not
Okay.
participating.
I thought you were just trying to blend in, but okay.
Oh no.
An 11?
Roll it with advantage. Oh, you rolled twice. Okay.
Yeah.
11. You notice that you never see him take a drink. Not necessarily that you don't see him drink from the tankard, but you never see him with a tankard to his mouth. So you can't be certain if he's drank or if he hasn't drank. You've just never seen him with a drink to his mouth.
Well, Rosaline comments this in her head, and she goes,
Well, I'm not particularly into this. What do you think, Kazur?
Ina, roll a perception check.
About what?
At disadvantage because you're not totally paying attention to the drink at the end of the table.
Ina's new
What?
brew that she
That was my
made.
lure.
Yeah,
Oh,
but you're partying with a
You're right.
tavern and your friends.
Perception?
Yes.
I haven't drinking it.
Oh,
Oh,
natural 20.
are you not one who partakes in alcohol?
No.
Oh, and then a
not.
19. Plus 8.
Ah, I see. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Is there any other sort of vice that you might partake in?
Wait, did you say you don't drink?
A vice.
Is that what he said?
I mean,
He
I
doesn't
don't
drink.
know what y'all consider vices, but probably not.
Oh, well, if you don't want that, I'll take it from you and drink it for you.
If you
By
don't
all
like it, me
means.
and Dan will enjoy it. Don't worry.
Oh,
By all
yes, of
means.
course.
we
Wait,
can have it.
what about Elizabeth? I forgot about Elizabeth.
I'll
No,
just...
you got 5. There's 4 of us, and
But the
of
one
them
was for Rearvin.
No,
I'm
no.
sorry, Elizabeth. I didn't know you were coming. Let me get you another.
I
Ina,
will
Ina,
slide
Ina.
Well,
mine
Ina.
towards Elizabeth.
Well,
I will
since
slide
Kazor's
mine
not
towards
drinking his... Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
There's no need for that. I had my own wine. I didn't want to impose on anything that's going on. I'm just happy to be a part of the camaraderie that's happening here at this point. Kazor slides his tankard in front of Elizabeth. Okay. And she takes a swig.
Rosaline is still talking to Kazur and goes,
How about this? As a show of good faith, I will also not participate to the point where I am inebriated, just to keep you company.
I appreciate that, I suppose.
Do they
Now-
not drink where you're from?
Oh, they do.
Elizabeth puts the tankard down.
I just
My, that's good. And she looks at
Let
Ina.
go.
Not a girl, and I'll cheers Elizabeth.
do you pat her on her back?
Blushes, she gets those blushes on her cheeks.
Yeah, she gets red as she puts the tankard up to Baron.
You know,
I'll when I cheers her, I'll look back at Rosalind and Ina go, ooh. And ooh.
Wait, I'm gonna roll insight to see if I notice this attraction.
Do it.
I notice it finally.
Good.
Yeah. Elizabeth is into Baron.
Wow. Rosaline is like giggling to herself as she sips her tankard to finish it.
Baron, are you planning at staying at the house tonight, or?
I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but I could be easily persuaded.
Oh, speaking of which, and Rosaline like branches off from the conversation and tells Kazur that he's allowed to spend the night at her family home. They've prepared a bed for him.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Maybe. Sorry.
I was going to actually stop by and probably set up my cabin area in the boat.
Oh, well, that's obviously an option. But
And
just
keep
to
an
let you
eye
know,
on the, what would we say? Intelligence source. Keep an eye on that.
Oh, right.
She makes a definitely like upset face, like she's just ugh.
You know what? That I actually appreciate if you keep an eye on him.
Well, you know, Rose, Kazua, why don't we go to the bar and try and find something that you can drink?
Baron, with your passive perception, you watch as Elizabeth undoes one button on her blouse.
Yeah! I thaumaturgy the rest of them off. I'm kidding.
I figured as much. It was very funny though.
When I notice that, I'm gonna kind of
I'm gonna
push
roll
that thing.
perception.
What's your passive perception there, Ina?
I think it's 18.
18? Yeah, you would definitely have noticed it then.
I have a 10. Do I notice this?
You do not notice it, no.
I do.
Because she does it
100%.
while Ina's talking to other people is whenever she does it. So like only somebody with a high enough passive perception knows it. So yes, Baron, you notice it with a 15. Kazura notices it with a 16.
Yes.
And then Ina, you have an 18 passive perception. So yeah, those three notice it. Rose is oblivious.
I know she's into him, but yeah. I
Yeah, you don't know. You don't watch her unbutton a button of her blouse.
Oh my god.
That gives me the telltale sign that she is into Baron because she was looking at Baron when she did that.
With a passive insight of 20, yes.
Oh, that's insight 16.
Oh, okay,
20 is
okay.
Investigation.
Oh, okay. But with a passive of 16, yeah, you still get it. Like she's looking at Baron when you watch up.
Baron is going to sweat, and he's gonna excuse himself from the table real quick. I just have to use the men's room real quick. 1 second, sorry. And he's going to sneakily go to the bar and get a water. Oh wait, he has a water skin on him. Never mind. We're good. But he's gonna go to the washroom.
Okay. So Baron gets up.
And-
Go ahead.
I just whenever he gets to the washroom, I have
Okay.
a plan.
As Baron gets up and walks away, saying, "I need to go to the washroom," Elizabeth kind of leans over to Rose. Is he okay or?
He just seems a little inebriated.
Oh, okay.
Do you like him?
Roll a perception check at advantage because you've noticed the thing earlier.
Oh, at advantage. Okay.
Rose, you can roll a perception also. Just regular perception, not at advantage.
19.
This is what D&D is all about, folks. As Baron walks
turned
away,
into the bard of the party.
and Kazur asks this, Rose, you notice, and Kazur, you notice her face gets real blush, the nose and the cheeks especially.
That's a yes. Anyhow.
Oh my goodness, Elizabeth, that does explain your strange behavior in the home.
Well,
I did not understand what you were doing with the whole senpai business.
I mean, can you blame me? Look at him.
I'm gonna think about it. Baron.
Everyone has their
Attractive?
types.
5.
I can't
Rosalie
help
is-
it. He's so manly. I'm sorry. I'm just a little drunk. But yes, I do like Baron.
I previously rolled if Rosalie thought Baron was attractive and she thought he was hot. So she's like,
He gets it.
yeah, I get it.
Too old for my
He's a,
liking, but.
he's a dilf.
Too old, says the old grandma.
I like him young.
He's a cradle robber.
I'm a cougar.
Meanwhile, me at like 32 years old. Ugh.
Speaking of which, do you have a family at home, Kazur? Do you have a special little someone that you might be missing while you're over here?
Ina looks intently. Interesting.
I had to think on this answer. How it's more of like I know the answer, but how do I want to answer?
Well, take your time. Baron, you make your way to a semi-washroom. It's more of a closet with a hole in the ground so you can dump water, but
What is that word?
Is
That's
there a
like-
mirror?
it's a pretty shabby mirror. It's kind of faded on the sides, but you can see yourself in it.
Okay. I'm gonna splash some water in my face and go.
Don't fuck this.
All right, Baron Z. It's your fucking time to shine, baby. Gordon, I need you now more than I've ever needed you. Maybe a little less than when I had to save my friends' lives, but please, if you love me,
Forge my
Because I
body
love
to be
you.
ready.
you will help me get laid. And I am going to use divine intervention.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
What a use of this thing right here. Roll your first
I use it
D10.
once a day if it doesn't work.
Please want Morden to extra step, and he's like, yeah, no problem, bro. I'll be your wingman for the night.
Oh, wait. Okay, I have to roll 2 of them, right?
Yeah, what was your first one?
And it has to equal. It was a 10.
Okay,
I have to
roll your
a 1 or a 2.
a 2 or lower.
Come on, bitch.
This is be the stupidest
Oh!
success on this possible.
I got 14.
Oh, so
But
close.
that just means that he can't help me get laid. That
That's-
just means
yeah.
that he can't help me.
That just means that as
I
a
have to
god
use
is not
my-
intervening with anything. It's just,
I
All
wanted this
right.
so bad. All the times we rolled, can you help protect
Well-
our lives? He's like, nah. Can you help me get laid? Yeah.
that would literally be the
Oh,
epitome
God.
of fantastic. Like, oh my god, frat bro, help me get laid. He rolls
Get
a
you,
0
bro.
and then
I
a
am going to
1. Like,
cast- I am gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself at 5th level because I'm actually really hurt, and I figure if I'm gonna do anything tonight, I can't be on my deathbed.
okay.
So
So-
5th level gets me.
As you're there,
Oh,
you
that's not
clutch
that
the
great.
holy symbol for the divine intervention, and you look in the mirror, and you watch as it kind of fogs over, and then there's 2 circles that are drawn, and then a smiley face with a tongue sticking out, and you're like, shit.
I
And then
hate
you you clutch your shoulder and you fill your body with this warmth as you feel these wounds that you incorporated in the last day start to heal up, and you feel a bit better.
All right. Well, that's good. That's good. Good enough. All right, I'm gonna chug the rest of my water skin, which has water in it, and just to sober myself up a bit. And I'm gonna walk out, make sure my beard's looking nice, and walk out in the
All right.
Rose, you asked for people back home for me.
While you two are talking,
Family,
I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Other.
Okay.
I do not. I don't have any siblings that I know of either, and both of my parents are dead.
Jesus
Wow.
Christ, talking about party killer.
Wow. the classic rogue classic. I'm an orphan. Nobody loves me. I'm all
An
alone.
orphan. No, I'm not an orphan. My father passed last year.
But that's Noodle saying that, not.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
I'm
didn't say that out loud, but
greatly sorry about.
Oh, he's with me. It's fine.
Well,
Literally in some senses, but
Troy, we used to be able to summon ghosts.
Ina.
What? I'm not supposed to say that. You fucking summoned my dead daughter and you think I can't say shit about it? Come on.
I didn't summon her.
Sorry.
I didn't.
So if you ever want to see your dead mum,
one of you can summon. ghosts?
Stefan is not here, so no one can summon anyone.
right now.
Okay.
He is drunk.
That was a previous party member who left for their own family business.
Understood. So y'all aren't against ghosts then?
I don't think so.
Noted.
Against ghosts, they never done nothing.
Phantoms.
Unless,
Oh,
of course, they're
okay.
causing trouble for, common folk or anybody in general, then of course we've cleared out a haunted house before, but we've also spoken and interacted with other ghosts as well. We've even had some help me find my
Hey.
ex that I lost at some point.
You've
I'm not.
you
telling-
four.
Good fortune.
Oh.
You.
Well.
Sorry. You four. Would you like to play a game of cards?
Who is this?
Just some random guy that has approached the table now.
Do I recognize him as a citizen?
Roll an intelligence check.
Can I insight to see if he's acting more drunk than he is?
Roll an insight check.
I don't recognize
You
this
don't
man.
you don't recognize him. He's just a random guy that's approached the table. He appears to be drunk.
I am not of the gambling sort. I appreciate it, though.
What are we playing for?
12.
12. He appears to be intoxicated of some sort. You can't quite tell how intoxicated, but he appears to be genuine in his just wanting to play cards. Oh, you
Not
see,
particularly
I
interested
put in
here.
money, one of you put in money, and then we play some cards, and one of us wins some money.
I not a gambling sort, but I appreciate the offer.
Got it.
20 gold!
Ina, do you know how to?
I don't know.
Okay. And he reaches into his pocket and pulls out 20 gold. I'll match that if you want to play. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else want in? No?
I'm
All
just,
right.
I'm looking at him like how middle schoolers would look at a kid approaching a lunch table that isn't theirs. So what are you doing?
What a description.
All right. Nobody else replies to him, so he specifically turns to Ina and is like paying dead attention to Ina. All right. So what's gonna happen is he pulls out a deck of cards out of his bag. I'm gonna pull 3 cards out for you, and 3 cards out for me, and then 3 cards for the table, and the one that matches the most wins.
Okay.
Got it? All right, so
Make sure to shuffle that deck, sir.
So do we roll like
are you playing?
d4s or something?
No, but
Then I wouldn't fucking take advice from you. So he's still paying attention to Ina. So he flips the card on the top of the deck over onto the bottom, and then 1, 2, 3 lays 3 cards face down on the table.
Okay.
And then he says, "All right, pick a card. Roll a d6. Don't tell me what it is. Just roll a d6 and remember what number it is."
Okay.
Okay. So make sure you keep that number in mind. And he flips the first card over on the table.
Okay.
Okay. The first card that flips over has a 3 written on it.
Okay.
All right. So I've listed the first card, and he picks up his first card on the table. Okay. His second card. I should have said he dealt himself out 3 cards as well.
Yeah.
Or he's dealing himself cards. The same when you pick a card, he's picking a card as well. So he laid 3 cards out. You both picked one, and then you looked at him, and he flipped over the card. Now, you can keep that card. The card he lays over is a 3. You can keep that one, or you can exchange for 1 silver. So if you're confident with what you got, you can keep it, or you can change it out 1 time for 3 silver.
I'm gonna keep it.
Okay. And he tells you to pick a card. So you roll another d6. And then he picks a card. And then he flips over the second card. The second card has a 6 laid on it.
Okay.
He flips this card over, puts it down. Same thing. You can choose to replace or keep.
I'm keeping it.
Okay. Last card. And draw a card.
All right, got one.
Okay. He picks a card, and then he flips over the last one, and the third one is another 3. So it's 3, 6, 3 that's laid on the table. Roll a d6.
Oh, I already did.
Okay.
Yeah.
He looks at his card, puts it down. Same thing. If you want to change, you can.
I'm keeping it.
All right. And he puts the deck down on the side, and he flips his 3 cards over, and you see 3, 4, 3. So he matched the first 3 and the second 3.
I got 1, 3, 4.
Looks like I win. And he starts gathering the pot together.
Okay, Rube. Let's go again.
You gonna go again?
Yeah.
All right. How much do you want to go this time?
Same amount.
Same.
He's going to take all of your money, Ina.
That's okay.
All right. He splits the pot and puts 20 back on and puts the rest in his pocket. All
Should I
right.
just roll like 3 of them quickly?
You know how it goes, right? So yeah, you can just roll 3 if you want. All right. So hold on. Before you start rolling, or you can keep that one in your head. I was gonna roll the 3 that are on the table first.
Oh, okay.
So it's a 1, a 6, and a 3.
Okay.
1, 6, 3. So go ahead and roll your 3.
Okay.
You know,
I'm gonna redo one of them.
One of them? Okay, so 3 more silver are in the pot. He is as well gonna redo one of them. All right. What you got? He flips his over, and you see a 3, a 4, and another 4, because he rolled 4 twice on his reroll.
I got 6, 2, and 5.
6, 2, and 5. So you technically win on it. 6, 2, 5, 8, 13, 8. No, so you technically win with high cards. Your rolls are higher, so you do win this round. So you win back your 20 gold that you originally bet. Damn it! He reaches his hand over the table. That was mighty fun, and I appreciate your playing with me.
Did I give him the silver?
You get 3 extra silver from your 20 that you bet. So you're three silver positive for what you went into.
Okay. Eee! Look, I kept my money. I didn't win anything.
He shuffles the cards back together. Well, I'm gonna go try a different table. You seem like a really lucky lady, and I don't want to keep pressing my luck with you.
Good call.
He gathers his cards and what money and respect he has for himself and moves on to a different table to try the same thing.
As I look back at the table, I just want to look into the drink that I got from Bearvin.
Baron and Kazura, roll a perception check for me real quick. What were you saying, Ina?
I want to look into the drink that I got for Bearvin to see if it's been drank out of yet.
Okay, yeah, with your check earlier, when you rolled the natural 20, I think, is what you freaked out about, because I was like, roll a perception check while you were watching the tankard.
Oh, I don't really remember.
You rolled high, I remember, because you were freaking out about it. You do notice that every now and then, you haven't acted on it yet, but you now notice every now and then the tankard disappears from the table and then reappears on the table. And then disappears from the table and reappears on the table.
I'll just stay near
Panties,
the tankard.
you don't notice it. Lapras, while that game is going on and you stop it every time it happens, you notice that there's a tug at your belt where your coin purse is.
What?
I stopped it every time.
Every time it happens, you kind of like, you feel a tug and you go to reach behind your back to like itch your back or something like that, and you feel some sort of presence that you push away, that they're not able to get into your coin purse.
What the fuck?
Watch your coins.
Baron, as he says this, you feel your bag and you feel about 5 gold loose.
What about me?
You don't notice anything different.
Rose also checks her coin purse.
Rose, you don't know any difference.
5 gold light.
She puts it in the bag of holding again and like ties it up and puts it on her lap where she can like have full, you know, always knows where it is.
Would you like me to hold on to your coin purses in the back?
Why? I got my... You know what? I know what. I'm going to put it somewhere where no one will go.
Rose watches this
That
and
is
goes,
like a vault.
yeah.
Understandable.
I like the thrill of catching them. Also, if they grab it, I'm gonna say this very loudly in that sort of pseudo intimidation. Also, if any unfortunate soul makes the decision to take off with some of my coins, they're going to meet a very, very unpleasant side of me.
True.
As you're saying this, you feel that tug at your coin purse again.
I'm gonna just grab a dagger and stab in the direction immediately.
Please don't be Baron.
Just go for it.
Oh, it's a
Roll an attack roll.
Baron.
No, he wouldn't. Oh, he probably
Ooh,
would.
that's gonna be a hit for sure. There's no way to say it.
You killed me.
Plus 8 to hit. 17 plus 8.
Oh yeah, you hit. And you feel this tug, and as you do, you reach back, grab what feels like a wrist of some small stature thing, place it on the bench of the whatever you're sitting on, and stab a dagger through the hand. Go ahead and roll damage.
What? Oh, that is not gonna slide by Rose.
They're pickpocketing me.
Oh, well, actually, yeah, and that might slide by Rose then. She is
I'm defending my coins, and I'm not even being lethal. I'll say I'm not trying to hit hard, so can I remove my proficiency bonus damage?
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 points of piercing damage.
Okay. So he takes the wrist, slams on the ground, And instead of slamming it like through the palm part of the hand, he just like nicks the webbing in between the index finger and the thumb and just kind of like splits that. It's not enough damage to cause permanent like dysfunction of the hand, but it just cuts it just enough that blood starts to leak out on the bench and drip onto the floor. As you turn around and look at what you're grasping onto, there's like a 15 or 16-year-old who's kind of laying on his back underneath the bench that you're currently on. His right hand grasping the bench, the other one was reaching up for your coin purse that you grabbed and slammed down, that you slammed the knife into. And he's kind of laying there wide-eyed and like, oh fuck, I got caught.
Now, didn't I just warn you?
You did?
I just warned you. I just warned you.
I thought, I thought I could get away with it.
But did you?
I didn't. I obviously have things to work on. This really fucking hurts. Can you at least let go of my hand?
No. I'll push the dagger a little bit to lean into the cut now.
Okay, you deal one more point of damage. He reaches in his pocket and pulls out the 5 gold that he took from Van. Here's your friend's money. I'm sorry.
All right. Now, I am much better at this than you are.
Obviously. But can you please just move the knife, please? Okay.
I'm still holding his hand down, though. I'm still pressing him on the bed.
He drops the money on the ground / bench. It's kind of clatters, and starts clasping his hand while you're holding it down.
What's your name?
It's Alex.
What are you doing? Why are you doing this, Alex?
Just trying to make some coin. Things are a bit rough here. I was just, trying, family's house is gone. I was just trying to make some extra money.
Is this making money, though?
Can Ina hear this?
Money?
What'd you say, Kazur?
I said, is this making money, or is this just taking it from others?
I mean, you're not wrong. I'm taking money, but we needed it, and I was just trying to help. I didn't know that it would be so bad.
If you're going to live this life, you need to be very good at it, or you're going to be a dead son, and your parents will cry over the loss of their child, and then know that the loss of their child was the loss of a con man.
Roll an intimidation check. And yes, you're watching all of this, Rose.
Oh my god. Let me roll if I recognize this
15.
child. What do I have to roll to see if I recognize the child?
Just roll a general perception check.
15 on the intimidation.
18.
He's vaguely familiar. You see a lot of faces. You don't immediately recognize him as one of the noble family or somebody of stature that may have lost their entire house. You do recognize him as a familiar relation to one of the market owners, just somebody you've met in passing that may have their storefront got destroyed or incorporated some sort in the attack that happened recently, but you don't immediately recognize him as a very familiar face, but you do know him. And then once he says the name Alex, it kind of triggers a little bit of a memory where, oh, this person is part of the city and has been part of the market for a little bit, but you're not familiar with him, you just know of him.
Okay.
And you
I'll
said
let them finish their interaction, but I will have a say in this.
Okay. But you said 15 for intimidation?
Yes.
Okay. Well, he natural 16 plus 2. So, I'm sorry. I understand.
I don't think you do. So, just be truthful here at this point. Do you plan on doing activities like this again?
Not here.
Certainly not on me, I suppose.
Definitely not on you. Definitely not on you.
All right. Well, for one, you have a lot to learn, especially with how I stabbed your hand. You should have just scurried the hell away instead of letting me grab you. For example, I'll throw my hand on the table and I'll stab my hand directly right where I stabbed his. And instead of...
Roll damage.
Youchy.
Oh, only 1 point for me. Nice.
Which, I mean, honestly, as far as
Well,
storytelling goes.
You're probably going to make me hurt myself more. And I'm like, see, if you get stabbed like this,
So
I'm not even going to win.
You watch as Kazur leaves the dagger like by this kid's hand and then grabs another one out of his side and stabs into the table, like into his hand, as blood begins to kind of pool and pour over this table.
See, if you're going to get stabbed in the hand and get caught, especially right here, you can just swiftly pull your hand out. You don't want to pull your hand out, but you can. And instead of like, so I have force on the dagger, and then I'll just rip my hand out off of the dagger, and then I can escape and run.
So the way that it's setting is that you don't take any more damage. It's just like, instead of having a dagger in between your index and your thumb, you just pull it out. And so it just starts bleeding more. You don't necessarily take any more damage. It's just like there's like oozing blood down your arm now as you pull it away. And he's like, I tried. You just caught me too quick. I couldn't
I don't
deal
think
with
I caught
it.
you too quick. I think you were just a little scared to cut yourself more.
You're not
But
wrong.
if you're going to work this line of work, you got to be damn good at it.
I would request that you do not continue working this line of work, Alex.
I would suggest the same. You're pretty piss poor at it.
I'm gonna cast sending at Rose right now and just say, I guess, do I say it out loud?
No, it's through
When
your
I
head.
do
It's
sending?
like
Okay.
telepathic.
I will telepathically say, it looks like Alex is down on his luck, doesn't have a home. I think he could be our first crewmate.
Oh!
How?
I
Rose looks at Baron, does a huge sigh, and stands up. She's sober and walks over to Alex and looks down on him.
At this point, Alex has crawled out from underneath the benches, kind of like cradling his arm, wrapping it in some sort of fabric or whatever he has in his pocket at the time, trying to hide the stem of bleeding that is currently happening from the middle of his hand.
I'll grab
That's a
his
good
hand with
fucking
my
idea.
bloody hand, and I'll cast Cure Wound.
How would your parents feel if Lady Capthorne was to go to your home and tell them that you are doing such dark tasks at the time of the night in an adult's tavern? You know better than this. I have seen you around here, Alex.
Well, Dad's gone, and Mom was killed. It's just me and my brothers. I don't know.
Do I know his brothers? Because, like, obviously I know his family a little bit.
Vaguely, you know that there's Alex and there's Jeffrey and Xavier, but you don't know them. You just know
Younger or
of
older?
them. Two younger brothers. He's roughly like 22, 23. His younger brothers are 16 and like maybe 10.
Oh,
Old enough to work then.
10.
Rosaline,
This time,
still
you're on
sober,
a farm.
and he's like, is he still sitting or is he standing? like,
He's
in front of her?
sitting like back against the bench, wrapping his arm in some sort of fabric that he has, just
Oh.
kind of like trying to gather himself after the events that just transpired.
Did you get the Cure
I-
Wound on him?
I did, yeah. He's still wrapping his hand. He just doesn't want to bleed all over the place.
Rosaline puts her hand over her head like this and goes,
I see. I'm sorry. I understand it's hard on all of us. And I'm sorry for yelling at you, Alex. It's just look, do your family need a place to go?
I mean, we're sticking out at the docks, trying to keep as much pressure, much shelter as we can. Just trying to find some money to feed them. You know,
Look,
and Rosaline, at this point, she's calmed down. She bends down closer because he's sitting and goes,
how about I ignore this whole event and I offer you and your family a form of work that includes a form of shelter and food.
and he clasps your hand, and you feel a bit of warm wet as the bandaged hand, which had been cured wounds, but is still It's not an easy cut to heal, even for something such as cure wounds. You clasp it and you feel that same warm wetness that you're used to of blood pouring through fabric. Clasp your hand. We would be eternally grateful. Just an opportunity, something to do, anything we can, live off of. We would love to do it.
Well, my friends here and I own a boat, and we plan to sail in a couple of days, and we need people to help man said boat. And there is housing in the boat, obviously, and we will pay you for your work. Would you and your brothers be willing?
They've never been on a ship before. I've worked here and there as a deckhand, but I'm sure they could at least find some sort of meaningful on hand. But we would be more than happy to.
I'm gonna hold it the book and drop it on the table. The book about
Boat book.
Okay.
Dummies. And I'm just gonna go. All right. It's like we're on the same level. You and your brother, you come to the ship at 9 a.m, and I'll look at Elizabeth for a second. I'll go 11 a.m, and and we're gonna study, and you'll redeem yourself, and you'll have a place to stay.
Yes, of course.
Kazur.
And if you're off time, maybe I can teach you a thing or two.
Kazur. Well,
Yes.
I appreciate you. What's the word? To
Lecturing?
holding yourself back.
Restraint.
Your restraint.
Restraint. I appreciate your restraint with the young lad. I also request you are going to the boat tonight, correct?
Yeah,
Do you
I
mind
can help
showing?
him settle in.
Do you mind showing Alex and his brothers the quarters that they may stay in?
Sure.
And also, she pulls out money from her thing and says, "Look, do not go down a dark path, Alex, and don't let your brothers either. Just know that I have good faith in you and the others in this city." And she hands him enough gold to feed him and his family, which I assume is 10.
For the time being, yeah.
Yeah, she hands him 10 and goes, "Be well fed and then join Kazur for the boat."
Of course. Thank you. And he kind of puts the money in his pocket and clasps the book in his arms. We just needed a chance. That's all we needed. Thank you.
I'm gonna grab his arm and pull him close. I'm like, I have a feeling we're going to get along real well. And then let him go. And let him run off.
And he, as you let him go, he looks at all four of you and takes off and out the door into the street nights, where when he opens it, you can see it's pouring down rain outside now, and he's just too happy to worry about it and sprints off to home, wherever that be.
Dry the blade on my bracer. Just clean these things.
I'm gonna. Is Kazur sitting next to me, or who's sitting next to me?
I'm sitting next to Elizabeth.
You're all kind of sitting at a circular table. It's kind of fluid. Everybody's moving around, getting drinks, coming back, going back. It's kind of fluid at this moment. So,
okay, no.
I will say, Rose, for the cost of crew, you can cut it down by a quarter. So instead of $10,000 a year, it'll take $7,500 a year with the family of his incorporated onto the ship.
I mean, he has to be fed and paid too. I did say I'd pay him and his family too.
You can still cut it down by a quarter.
Okay.
As instead of hiring, they're more working with you as opposed to for you. So.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad that was solved a little bit amicably. I apologize for being a little bit more rowdy than I like. Thieves rubbed me up the wrong way.
And she takes a seat back
and goes, "I apologize for that as well, Kazur, but again, thank you for your restraint."
No, that was restraint?
Well, you could have murdered him.
Oh, very easily.
Yes, I
I
know.
wouldn't have done that drastic. I'm not just a cold-blooded killer.
Well, see, I do not know who you are.
That's fair. Well, I mean, I am a cold-blooded. Well, not really a cold-blooded, but whatever. You'll get to know me, I'm sure. I'm sure that was a good telling of my personality.
I would like to give up my bed for these kids.
Aww.
I don't want them all sleeping in hammocks. They just lost their house. They're probably living in the street. I found the comfiest hammock, and I did not give it to Dexmal, so I am fine.
If that's your decision, when the bed gets made, we'll let them know. It is your bed, after all.
I mean, eventually we can replace all the hammocks with beds.
I think we should.
That is true.
Eventually.
I could talk to Sabor about that additional pricing.
I mean, I gotta be honest. I got fucking $7 grand
I
to
prefer
blow.
a hammock. I prefer a hammock on the sea because, well,
How the hell did you get $7 grand?
I have no idea.
She doesn't spend money. Like she
got like a fat $2 grand from Scalefound.
True.
She gambles and like every now and then gives some money out,
throw
but
money away, but yeah.
She doesn't like buy things like you guys have been buying things. So
yeah, you guys buy armor and shit and weapons, and I don't buy weapons or armor, right?
True,
anyway.
That's very true.
So I could just pay for the beds. I mean, I adopted a kid once. What's 3 more?
I don't think adopting them's the case. Alex there is
also,
probably
Rose,
going to be the parent figure.
Based on the estimates that you got from Sabor, you would estimate that it would cost about 300 to 400 gold to outfit the ship with beds instead of hammocks.
That's it?
Oh,
that shit right now.
Rose says this out loud because she did talk to Sabor.
How much, sorry?
300 to 400 gold.
Okay, I'll drop you 400 gold, and then you can see what it takes. Yeah. I'll hand it to Rose.
So that way, Baron, you could keep your bed while all the other occupants also get a nice bed.
Well, maybe we could build them a wall, because they are children. Maybe they should be away from the other adults that are sleeping around there.
Based on what you guys told me, is that the bottom floor is going to be for you guys, and then the middle floor is going to be for crew. So,
yeah. I mean, just beds should be fine.
They'll be able to.
They just went from being homeless to having a home. I'm sure they're not super picky.
They'd probably do it for free, honestly. You probably didn't have to pay them. They'd just do the work just to have the room and board.
Which may be why the cost was cut down by 25%.
What is Alex, Xavier, and...
I don't remember what I said. What did I say?
Joshua? No, it was Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, that's what it was. Jeffrey, Xavier, and Alex. Yeah.
Okay.
I just came up with names on the spot. I'm not entirely sure.
Alex is the old one. I'm gonna say Jeffrey's the 10-year-old.
Jeffrey's 10 and Xavier is 16. There you go.
Can I give 50 more gold to kind of have privacy screens between the beds?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so about 450 for
She gives you, she gives you 450 gold.
All right, well, thank you. I will ask Sabor for that too.
Perfect.
Bit of a. So you're putting screens?
Yeah, just little dividers. Give them some privacy. We're human. We deserve to have a private time, especially in the bedroom.
The woman's touch. The woman's touch.
Well, the kids, they need their own...
It's kind of a tactical issue. If something were to storm the ship, that's an easy place to hide, is a bedroom then.
Is it what?
I don't know if I really want Dexmal to have his own privacy. That little
That's
run.
more my point is the more private areas there are, the more people can hide.
I mean, like, it's not like it's like a screen, like one of those
it's like a hospital curtain, like you can just slide it back and forth.
Yeah, it's more like that. Yeah.
No, okay. I'll grease the curtains that way they open and close with the ship.
Okay.
So in the Philippines, I had to ride a boat for several days to get to a different part of the island, and they have those like per bunk. They give you like a little privacy screen for your own bed. So you can sleep there without like dealing with
watched
another
and-
person. Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to sleep with like strangers watching me or walking around me, I think.
Yeah.
It was like an open deck, so there was just like bunk beds everywhere, but each bunk bed had its own personal screen.
All right. So
me who has
While everyone's
fallen asleep.
discussing about privacy screens and beds, I'm gonna stand up and go. Well, I may head to bed. Elizabeth, could you walk me? Could you walk me?
Boom.
yes, I can take you home. I can show you back home. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I get lost
Rose.
easily. I might not be able to find my way.
Rose like has it go over her head and goes,
Oh, you're going home now, Elizabeth? Are you sure you don't want to stay?
You see it now. There's like 3 or 4 tankards in front of her. She's been, I wouldn't say heavily drinking, but drinking a fair bit amount.
Yeah, 2 hours. Good pacing.
well,
good pacing.
Of course, our friend Bear needs a way back home, so I figure I'll escort
I'm gonna be
him.
looking at Rose. I'm gonna be looking at Rose like she did when Kazur was gonna ask about Ina's dead daughter, and I'm like, shut the fuck up. Shut up,
Rose, you say this to Elizabeth.
I'll also nudge her foot, Rose's foot, like
Roll an insight check.
with advantage since people are literally
Yeah.
doing this right
Yeah.
next to me.
Please roll 2 that
If I had
ones.
sending, no, I would.
19.
Yeah, you see Kazur kicks your leg and you look at him and he's wide-eyed like, shut the fuck up. And Baron's looking at you like, just don't.
You know what? That's great. You probably drink a little too much, and Baron's a gentleman. You'll take him home.
Yeah, I'll take care of her right there.
I thought you were going to say he'll take good care of you for a second. I'm like,
Yes.
oh no.
Yes, of course
You
I'll.
do, right?
I'll
She
just.
was
lot
about
taller
to.
than
She
me.
was about to say that, but then she's like, "Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second."
Yeah, of course I'll take him straight home and everything will be fine.
Rose is bright red and just sipping on her like wine slowly.
I mean, enjoy your
She's a
night.
human, right?
Yeah, Ina is drunk as shit. Like, yeah, get it,
I'll be
man.
here and watch over Galbina and Kazur. Yep.
I mean, you don't have to watch over me. I'm perfectly sober, but
Yes.
So,
All right, and then
actually more socially
up
aware
and
than you,
I'll-
apparently.
I'll thaumaturgy the door open, just like whoop, the door open, walk out, and you'll see me make the up joke to Elizabeth as we're walking. Up. Just kidding.
as you
Please
watch
don't.
as Baron and Elizabeth get up and begin to walk out, you watch as Baron, you've seen him cast this before. He motions his hand and clutches the symbol of Morden. The door flies open, and then he looks at her and he's like, and she's like, looks at him, he's like, nah, I'm just fucking with you. And they both walk out the door. Baron and Elizabeth are indisposed at the moment. And the 3 of you are left in the bar. Is there anything you would like to do for the rest of the remaining part of the evening?
I think I was going to take this night to try to learn more about Kazur, but I also understand if we don't want to like continue role playing that.
No, it's fine. I mean, I don't care. It's up to you 3 on what you want to do for the rest of the evening.
I think. Oh, I kind of have the feeling maybe we should leave your house empty tonight. Maybe we should all go back to the boat and give them.
Yeah, we're banging in every room.
Oh my god. Does it?
Rose being the complete like, doesn't
Oh, yeah,
know anything
Kira, yeah.
about this topic.
It takes place in every room?
Yeah, no. I mean,
The
it
kitchen,
can.
the dining room.
Oh god.
What? How close is your bedroom to Baron's bedroom?
It's like across the hall.
Also, how much do you not want to hear noises?
Oh my god. Okay, I will spend
Okay,
the
you're
night on
sleeping
this
in the
ship.
boat. Yes. Okay.
I'm gonna look back and be like, Bevan, if you're done saying jokes, please, can you come out? I miss your little face.
All of a sudden, a gnomish figure appears where Baron was sitting, currently sipping on a tankard of what you guys had been drinking, the Ina elixir. It's quite a good drink there that she made, don't you know?
Hey, I'm gonna go "Wah," and like, boom, fall into bear hug with him.
Okay. Ina falls in a bear hug with another gnome on the table.
When?
No, he's been here this whole time.
Really?
Yeah. Might want to check your boots before you get up to walk out.
Hey, you joker!
How do you like my laceless boots there, Fred?
They're all right. A bit nicky to get around, but I figured I'd get them together one at a time or another.
You
I look
will.
at my boots.
Roll a perception check.
You just found someone else's shoelace and tied my boots together.
Tied your ankles together.
Oh, I would love that. Would be hilarious. It's like, you know what? Fuck your Velcro. I'm gonna fucking find someone else's shoelace.
Ina, are you against drinking the rest of my drinks? I was sipping it very slowly, but apparently the fact I didn't notice the other gnome at the table makes me concerned.
He grabs your drink. I'll drink it. It's not a problem here. And he downs it.
Just does it. Yeah.
By all means. But can I have a water, please?
Yeah, of course. I'll get you there, lad. Not lad. Last. Sorry. It's a very busy night. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. Very different than the last day or so. Here. Last. Rose, I'll get you a water. Sorry.
Rose whispers to herself,
Technically lady, but of course.
Me drinking my water from another land, just out of my.
Yeah. You don't notice your boots tied together at all, Kazur.
With a 21?
They're not. No, they're like literally. They're not tied together.
Oh,
like
they're
you look
not.
down,
Oh,
they're
okay.
not tied together.
Looks like you failed on that point.
Well, failed or didn't do it. You'll never know. My girl. And he wraps his arm around Ina.
Hey, you bebop!
You know, we've got some contact that says that you should probably come back on home.
I have to.
I mean, you don't have to, but the lady herself decided that maybe you should make a trip back.
Right, alright. You know what? It's been a hot minute. I could use some tea and dancing.
Of course, you know we're good at both of those things. Not like, and he looks across the room to the people who are dancing and playing music. Not like these folks, but, you know, definitely deserve the Ina treatment back at home.
Let's give these fuckers a little preview!
I feel like I've been doing that most of the night, but I'm certainly happy to do a bit more.
Well, I mean, like, let's get on the table and dance, bitch!
Oh, okay, we can do that. I won't.
oh, I'm next to Kazur. I thought this whole time he was across from me.
That's how I pictured the table. Well, you were talking
really?
and kneeled down to that Alex kid, so I assumed you had to be by me if I.
Yeah,
stabbed you on the bench.
you're over next to Kazura at this point. Ina, so it's like across the table. Ina and Bearvern are right next to each other, and you and Kazura are right next to each other across from the tables.
Apologize for the complete chaos, but you get used to it eventually.
Trust me, this isn't chaos. I'll show you chaos if you want some chaos.
I'm ready for it.
There aren't pickpockets, right?
I would never pickpocket people. I just like to watch them engage in embarrassing activities.
I wouldn't pickpocket, I would borrow pocket.
I mean, there's an
Exactly.
embarrassing activity happening at Rose's home right now.
That's not embarrassing. That's glorious.
Understand
Beautiful.
certain events have transpired, but you all have pursued through it. You've engaged in activities, and everything is more or less okay, right?
This is a sensitive topic for Rose. She just kind of just has a blank look on her face, and her eyes are distant.
Listen, I understand. It's dark times. Things have happened, but where you're at now, look at it. People are alive. People are dancing. Look around you. People are ecstatic to be here. Enjoy the moment that is happiness as opposed to relishing in anger and endangerment. everybody is ecstatic to be here. They're happy to be alive. There's no reason to be down on yourself. You've saved these people. They've been tormented for years. And now they're here and they're excited to be here. Live in the moment as he gets up on the table and starts dancing. It's time to celebrate. You're all alive. And as he says that, the music,
he's also stripping while doing this.
The music begins to swell and he starts dancing around. There's magical ribbons that seem to extend from his hands as he dances around and starts swirling them around and things of that sort. You do notice every now and then somebody trips over themselves and falls over and knocks the table over, or they go to take a drink and the drink spills down the front of them. There's a bit of mischief in whatever eccentric magic this person is presenting before you. But as far as what's transpiring, Ina, I do think you need to make your way home. Melora has been calling for somebody, and nobody in our town has been able to
Menora
accept the call. That I feel like you may be the one who heeds it. So I feel you need to make the pilgrimage back home, and perhaps see what she's trying to tell us all.
You're right.
This has been great fun, and it's wonderful to get out of the city for a moment, but I feel our people would love to see you.
That's true. Yes, I will. It's not up for debate. I'm going home.
I mean, are we allowed to come?
He gets out of the table, hands and knees, so he's like eye level with you. You're not from these parts, are you?
No, not at all.
Well, it's wonderful. Come on down. We love to meet new people. As long as they're trusted by somebody from our town, which looks at Ina. I think she trusts you. But if not, we'll just kill you. Roll an insight check.
I will roll the fuck out of that insight check.
Wait, Pork. Just a quick message.
Go.
Roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
24. Yeah, he's fucking with you. He's just like he's deliberately trying to elicit a response from you.
Really?
18.
I'm gonna nibble my toes and fingertips off.
Well, if that's what you want. But I feel like we could have much more demeaning processes for you. Rose, it hits you for a second. You're like, oh, why is he talking about this? This is like dark times for us. And then you kind of like wake up to yourself. He's like, he's trying. Like,
he's trying.
It's dark times. Laughter is good for environments like this. Like, yes, people have perished and the city is rebuilding, but at the same time, there's no point in dwelling on what has happened. It's going forward, and to get people to laugh is to get people to heal. And that's what he's trying to do. Is he's trying to avoid the dark depths of talking about what happened and instead enlightening on what could be.
Okay. So I basically, she also like threw like confetti and stuff in the air, and I just was like, does it hit her that she's like, I'm gonna have a panic attack all of a sudden?
Yeah, it hits you for a second. You're like, your heart rate ups, and then you're like, no, these people, like, you look around you, and the bar is enjoying. They're celebrating. They're having a good time. Yes, people have perished. Cities have fallen, but at the same time, if you dwell on that, that is what brings people down. So to get a city or a bar to enjoy the moment is much more successful than to just dwell on what is happening. So you think for a second, your heart rate increases and you're kind of short of breath. And then you look around and you're like, these people are actually laughing. They're smiling. People are enjoying what's happening, and everything kind of calms back down. Your heart rate comes back down. You catch your breath and you're like, this is what we need. This is what the city needs.
Yeah, so Rose is just quiet, but she's kind of smiling and rubbing her shoulder to herself as she's thinking through this.
But yes, no, I can tell, I'm fucking with you. Come on down. I, personally, want people to experience what Ina and her grandfather have raised and what people experience in our world. As I'm sure a couple of you, and he points at Baron and Rose because they both...
Baron's gone.
Oh, Baron's gone. No. Points at Kazur, because Kazur, you noticed your boots being tied, right? Or no, Baron. No, Baron noticed it.
Yeah.
But he's gone. He points at Rose and then goes to point at Baron, who's gone. He's like, well, anyway, a couple of you have noticed some of the tricks that I played just to induce some laughter in the moment, and I want you to experience what she grew up with. So it's an envelopment of experience, I guess I should say, and if it happens to give something Ina good out of it, then all the better.
Great! I've missed you, Bevan!
Oh, I've missed you as well.
Was that the name of the goddess? Menia?
Melora.
Melora. I mean, if Melora is calling you, you should probably respond. It's not wise to dismiss a god.
Holding you in his arm, and he looks down at you like, yeah, or looks up at you because he's shorter. You should probably listen to this one.
Yeah. I've never been good at following authority, but...
I would never imagine that.
All right, I will talk to her when I'm ready.
When you're ready. Of course, I just feel like the best connection is through home. But if you would like to wait, that is all the power to you. But I must return home. I've had my fun.
What?
You hear somebody fall against the hardwood floor in this bar. That's my cue. I should probably get out of here. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. And until I see you again. And he claps twice, and when he does, you watch as he just kind of dissipates from the area.
Oh, I was really hoping to stay over.
What'd you say, Kazur?
Oh, I said, well, that's an interesting fella.
He's a good mate. He's a trickster. He's a goof.
So,
but he's the best goof.
Tomorrow afternoon?
I might be hungover.
That's why I said afternoon. After me and Ben can train the boys.
Yeah, after you guys get some studying in and I get some tea into me.
So we meet at the boat, I would say 3 p.m., 2 p.m.
No, we're meeting at the boat at 11. Like,
no, that's what Alex and I, but you said you'd be hungover, so I mean, I don't know if you want to go with the training with the boys or not, but...
Oh, I was going to go
you're
to the boat.
sleeping on the boat, so...
Yeah.
That doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, we'll meet up around...
We'll all be there, so it doesn't really make a difference. We'll just wait for Ben.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we should probably head out.
I spent quite a bit of money tonight.
As you leave, Ina, the bartender hands you back your flask that you had purchased.
Oh, yes.
There's about 3/4 of the container left, as you're the only one who ordered the drink of which you made, as not many people know about it at this moment because he only had like a bottle of it, so he didn't want to like openly advertise what it is. But you get the feeling from the interaction with him that he will probably order more and make it a common drink amongst his bar.
Good. Are you sure you don't want to keep this? Maybe you could put it in a different bottle.
Oh, no. You paid for this. You inspired the beverage that will be. So next time I get the opportunity, I'll definitely purchase some more and make sure that people are well aware of the Ina elixir.
Perfect, mate. I'll keep my eyes peeled.
Wonderful. And if you ever come back, especially with how good this drink is, drinks are on me.
True.
Have a good night. I must take care of this chaos that is transpiring as, you know, the band is playing and people are jolly and just... It gives you a good memory of what things used to be before this fiendish invasion happened and everybody's jovial about it.
When we're walking to the boat, like home, on the streets, I kind of want to get like 50 gold in my hand and just go pink, pink, pink as we're walking down the streets in the main street for like a bit. Be like, all right, if anyone's struggling with money, bing bonk, bing bonk.
Okay, so you're just gonna throw a total of 50 gold out on your way down to the boat?
Just around.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
So following behind Kazua and Rose, Ina, you every now and then hear cling, 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 and you turn around and you watch as Ina every now and then is just pulling a gold out of her pocket and throwing it into the streets.
Maybe I'll do silver. Is silver? How many silver is 1 gold?
10.
10 silver is 1 gold.
Okay, I'll get rid of 50 gold, but I'm gonna say I do it in like silver.
50
so
gold worth of silver. Gotcha. So every now and then you see her throw a handful of silver out and you watch it sparkle in the moonlight as it clatters against chimneys and roofs and cobblestone and everything in between. She's just throwing it behind her in the streets.
Oh, moonlight.
all the way
What's
to the
lunar
boat, though.
phase?
Like not a like a lure, like bread trail or whatever. But
Yeah.
Like just
Just randomly throwing 50 silver handfuls out. Yeah.
What's the lunar
Why do
phase
you want to
right
know
now?
what the lunar phase is?
I don't know.
I don't know.
What did you send me the other day?
He does have like lunar symbols on his.
True.
cloak.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was
You
cool.
have the lunar phase on your armor,
I
right?
have the whole
Is there-
diagram.
Are you a werewolf?
20th of the 7th.
Oh, you never know.
That'd be sick. I want to be a
Second,
werewolf.
20th to
Be
21st.
vampire.
It would be at the end of the waning moon at this point.
And
So
the
like it's
wave.
starting
Oh, it's almost new moon.
it's starting to go dark. It's almost new moon. Yeah.
Ooh, all right. Okay, interesting.
Look
All
up
right.
lunar
So you three make your way back to the boat. Baron and Elizabeth are back at the Capthorne house doing God knows what. You fall asleep for the evening and wake up in the morning. We're gonna stop the tavern music. We're gonna stop that and go back to not that. This one. You wake up in the morning on the ship. 3 of you anyway. Baron not missing, but not currently with you.
Oh,
But you all get a long rest. So if you want to change spells or do
Oh,
whatever you
yeah.
want.
I forgot. I need to like heal because I was never healed ever since.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys, that was all 1 day worth of events that just transpired.
okay.
I gotta switch up spells.
Well, I should say, we're currently at 4 hours. So I'm perfectly fine to keep going because I'm transitioning jobs, so I don't care to stay up late and wake up late. Are we okay to keep going, or do we want to stop here?
I could go for like 30 more minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, totally up to you guys.
It sounds like we're okay, so let's keep going. So yeah, you wake up in the morning, 3 of you on a ship, 1 of you in a house. Whatever you would like to continue doing now.
Sabine is cleaning herself up, prepping, and like getting ready to go back to Sabor to pay for the additional ship stuff.
Do we have our house? Is our stuff? No, our stuff is not set up in the place yet. All right, I'm gonna make like a makeshift tea thing outside.
In the ship, pretty much everything's been pulled out at this point. It's much easier to remove things than it is to put things in and find where they go and all of that thing. So pretty much the ship is barren. There is the beds and the hammocks, but pretty much everything else has been pulled out. So you can make some tea. It takes a little bit of work. You got to find a place that's not going to set the whole ship on fire and things like that. But without Baron there, it's hard to heat the metal up safely. Yes?
For Goofin says she thinks Ina should roll to see if she suffers from seasickness after this hangover.
If they were out on the sea sailing, possibly. But they're sitting at dock, which is fairly calm, so.
I'm gonna see how bad my sickness is, though.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
I'll just get out of bed and approach and try to
15.
15, you're fine.
Sorry, Yufin.
You've got a little bit of a headache.
Oh.
But it's not like you're off the deck throwing up constantly. It's just kind of like a normal hangover for normal people.
It's not like you're going to a pond and throwing up in it.
Yeah. Yeah, Baron. What? Huh? What?
I
was dead then.
Baron, you come to consciousness, remembering what happened the night before in a bed with Elizabeth.
I don't know how to handle this. I don't know how to RP this.
Roll a intelligence check at disadvantage.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, that wasn't that 20. Come on, baby! 13. What's that? Intelligence. 13.
Okay. You remember leaving the bar. You remember getting back to the Capthorne house. And you remember going with Elizabeth into a room. What you know to happen is you lay down on the bed, you guys had an intimate conversation, and then you immediately passed out afterwards. And that's what you remember.
Do I wake up alone in the bed?
No, you're with Elizabeth in the bed. But you just, the most that you remember is you had an intimate conversation with her and then passed out.
So did they or didn't they? I don't think they did.
I don't think we did.
Who knows?
Is Baron clothed? Is Baron clothed? That's the question.
Do you wear underwear?
He would.
You're in your underwear.
Is she?
Is she? I'm gonna lift up the cover.
She's in a nightie. You know what I mean? Like, there's no bra and panties in medieval time. Like, she's in a nightgown.
I'm not gonna roleplay Baron trying to have morning sex, so he'll be a gentleman. He'll give her a little smooch on the forehead. After
Roll a sleight of hand check. Because it's kind of weird saying sleight of hand, but it's just kind of being a sneaky kind of guy check. But yeah, sleight of hand.
11.
11. As you kiss her on the forehead and begin to move over, she kind of rolls over and stretches out her left hand and looks in her eyes open and look at you. Well, that was a fun night.
I'll giggle like teenagers.
Insight check. Insight check.
Roll an insight check.
Oh, I have +9 to my insight. Holy shit. 12.
Well, she seems genuine. It sounds like it was a fun night last night. You just may have drank a little too much to remember it all.
Which is something you can never say.
Yeah. I'll say yes, it was. We should definitely do this again sometime. Maybe not as drunk, but you know, we could go for dinner or something.
She like rolls over onto her stomach and kind of like does that, you know, arm crawl thing up next to you. I'd be okay with that.
Just smoking a cigarette in bed.
Well, it's a date then.
It's a date then.
Baron's gonna check his watch, and then he's going to get up. Because I'm not going to have sex with Fork right now. And...
Why not? Seduce me, baby!
Oh my god.
And
Is it not
gonna
D&D
get
if you
dressed
must you flirt with your friends?
and say I have to go practice sailing with those kids. But
As you go to put your stuff on, she wraps her arms around your neck. Where do you think you're going? Back to the other three.
Oh no!
You did this to yourself.
I tried not to put you guys through it.
Back to the other three.
She's not a human. She's actually a devil.
And you are having breakfast on the ship. Kazura, Rose, and Ina.
Rosaline is shaking a little bit.
She goes, I didn't really sleep well. And said my armor's in the house.
There's
Wow,
something
it's
unholy
like-
going on. I can feel it.
You should keep your armor on you or something.
Oh, shush. How long does it usually take?
How long does what take? Because it's the next morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know.
Could you at least, maybe you don't need to say what it is, but give me reference, a frame. I really have no idea what you're talking about.
You know, Bairn and...
Oh! Oh, they're probably done. Unless they're going again.
How do I know? I want to go home safely.
I mean, you can go home safely. I doubt it's up. I mean, are they upstairs, downstairs? What's the dealio with the...
His room is right across mine.
Oh, you want to go to your room to get your armor?
Yeah.
I mean, she is your housemaid, and it's kind of working hours now, so you could, like, knock on the door and yell for Elizabeth.
Absolutely not. I would not disturb two lovers and their thralls.
I mean, your family's paying her to do what she's doing right now, apparently. Which in a way makes her a prostitute.
I beg of you, please stop. I shall go back and get my armor and pretend that none of this has ever happened and let the lovers...
Well, we get to hear. Oh, we're gonna have some. We're gonna have some
be by themselves.
perception saving rolls.
And
Oh, no.
then I will go to
Sleight of
Sabor
hand.
and give her the money. And you can meet me back on the ship, okay?
Oh, Fork, do I need to do that thing?
Oh yeah, roll your thing.
Rolling my thing. I have a 2 for today.
Okay.
Interesting.
Good to know.
It's set in stone.
All right. So, does anybody else like to do anything in the morning before you make your way back to the Capthorn house to meet back up with Baron?
Yeah, I'm having a cup of tea.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Anything else? No? Okay.
I want to hear the fucking...
And those of you on the ship, gather your things and begin to make your way back to the Capthorn house for which you believe to be gathering your party.
Rose
As you
is
approach,
like anxious to go see. Ina's got her book and paper out, ready to sneak through the door and draw what she sees.
Rose enters
I do not want to
first.
disturb them.
Rose opens the door and enters the main lobby. As you enter, you see Baron sitting there, fully armored with all of his gear and everything, sitting on the couch, straight backed, legs front, drinking a tankard.
Hello.
Hey,
How was your night, mate?
it was great. How was yours?
Fantastic. Incredible.
Uncomfortable.
I apologize.
It's okay.
Had to be done.
Just give me a heads up next time. And maybe wait until we have beds on the ship. Anyways, I'm gonna go upstairs.
I don't know how much of a charmer you think I am, but I cannot give a heads up. These things fall in my lap, and I snatch them.
Jump at it.
It's kind of a seize the moment thing, Rose.
Exactly. Kazura knows.
Okay. Well, I'm happy for you. But again, please wait till there are beds on the ship. Thank you.
All right. If I have to do it at the ship, I'll go up to the crow's nest.
But no, that's my place.
My place now, baby.
That's legit where I like slept while I was here this whole time.
I genuinely do not want to hear the locations of your sexual exploits.
No, I do.
I do.
No, that's where I just slept. Like, I mean that. That's where I slept
Rose is going up the stairs.
before I was with y'all.
Okay. Rose and company gather their armaments, have a conversation about what happened the night before, and you are all now equipped and ready to travel for wherever your next endeavor may be. So
you plan to train the students, and then we will leave off to Ina's home later in the night or day.
Let's get some horses.
I'll quickly
they
ask
do that.
my mother if we may borrow the horses.
Gonna have to blind the horses too.
We could just kill them after, and then we don't have to kill witnesses.
You just summon horses. Well, wait, how long does that last?
Only an hour.
Oh, yeah, that's not best then.
Oh, fuck, my eyes are so itchy.
Same.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
You tired, Kazura? You get much sleep?
Oh, it's fine.
Huh.
I'm just getting used to things still.
all right.
That's fair.
So Rose goes to talk to Sabor about outfitting the ship with some more beds. Baron and Ina go to acquire some horses for the travel forward. And
Yes.
Kazor kind of just rides along for whatever events may transpire there. As you gather your things. What's up?
What month is it? What day and month?
The 7th month of the...
It's hold on, I got us. Okay, we just slept. So it's the 21st of the 7th month.
21st of the 7th month.
Okay, so about 9 more days until it's the 8th month. Got it.
Yes.
And that's the last month?
The
Yep.
eighth month is the last
That's
month, yep.
when Baron-
So you and Baron goes, or whoever has the ship handling book, I think it's Baron, goes to train some of the new crewmates on what is to be done on the ship. You all...
I am going to stop off at the Temple of Morden just to cast a spell to make that temple my sanctuary.
Okay.
I'll link you the spell.
Okay.
There's no components.
Okay. So Baron splits off to go teach the crew a little bit how to work the ship as far as he knows, based off book learning. As he does, he stops by the Temple of Morden as he makes it a sanctuary. You all do your individual things. Is there anything else you would like to do before you set travel for Ina's homeland?
I guess I would go talk to Melara at the Temple of All.
You want to go pray? Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Baron, we know what you're doing. Rose, is there anything else you want to do besides just going to procure more beds for the ship?
She also had to get horses.
Get horses, of course.
Would I, being from my background, would I know about, I guess, the specific, like, ritual rites of specific clerics? Like, knowing that Baron is a Moradin cleric, Would I know of his blessing of powers?
You know the general idea. You don't necessarily know his powers specifically.
Okay.
But you know of his, like, as a cleric, you know of his powers and what they can possibly do. Why? Is there something you would wish to do?
I would ask him to do the blessing, like, not even if I don't know the blessing of the forge, or like something about, no, you deal with the forge, could you enhance my longbow here?
So, Kazura comes to you knowing somewhat of your abilities, Baron, and asks you, like, hey, I know what you are and how you work. Can you possibly put a blessing on my weapon of choice?
Say it.
I...
Say it out loud.
You caught me at a good time.
A Morded
I
cleric.
do this every morning. And I will, Blessing of the Forge, his longbow.
All right, so your longbow is now blessed. Or whatever weapon you want to be blessed is now blessed.
Yeah. Well, it's my only non-magical weapon. So
Yes, your whatever non-magical weapon you want to be blessed is blessed.
Oh, true. Yes.
All right, so Rose is procuring horses and travel for the days ahead. Baron is blessing / working on the weapon. Is that what you said?
I didn't say that, but I'm definitely, yes,
Okay.
I want to do that.
For the time being. Kazura is with Baron / is there anything else you want to do?
That's it for me.
Okay.
Until we head out.
Experiencing the environments. And Ina, you make your way to the Temple of All, where you begin to pray to Melora. Is there anything you wish to know precisely, or are you just praying indifferently?
I would be like, I guess, I hope everything's all right, and if it's not, let me know. Blah blah blah. We I'm gonna be heading back, so hopefully our connection is a bit stronger when I'm home. But I think if there's something going on that you need help with, let me know.
Okay. As you sit down and begin to pray, you take a deep breath and begin to focus on Melora. And the world,
nice music.
The world around you begins to kind of melt away as you're used to the hustle and bustle of a city life. And you take a deep breath and another, and the cityscape around you dissipates. And you open your eyes and you're in this, what resembles a wheat field. Tall grass that goes above your head. It's about 4 feet tall as you're, 3.5 to 3.75 feet tall. You look around and all you see are not necessarily weeds, but grass and fermentation that is around you and growing rapidly, wrapping around each other and living as a ecosystem all its own. And as you walk, you watch your feet, and the grass doesn't collapse under your feet, but rather moves out of the way. As you kind of move about this wildlife that you're used to, and is kind of obeying what you're telling it, as opposed to, hey, I'm coming through. It's more welcoming and adjoining to what you are trying to do. And as you move through this field of wheat, these tall weeds or tall grass or whatever you want to call it, it turns from a green to a purplish red. All of these plants begin to kind of act adamantly as opposed to inanimately, and they have their own thoughts and their feelings. And as you start to look and kind of touch and feel, each plant converses with you differently. Some of them speaking of, oh, this warm sunlight is so great, and some of them, oh, I wish I was underwater again. And there's a cacophony of voices that enter your head as whatever is transpiring here is something different entirely than what you're used to. And as you're traversing through this environment, incorporating all of these voices and experiencing everything that's happening, you enter a opening, a field, a circular field of thin, almost feather-like grass that seems to blow with a wind that doesn't seem to be there, as you don't feel any on your face. The grass and weeds don't blow, but the grass, the feather-like grass that you're experiencing does weave and bend in a direction that you're not entirely sure of. It's like the first time you're in the ocean and you feel the waves hitting you in an environment that you're not too familiar with. But it's comforting, and you close your eyes and lay down and feel it wash over you. A warm environment. And you open your eyes as you're laying on the ground, and above you floats the same mossy/familiar figure that you saw walking in the streets that cleaned you of the mud and hid behind a tree. One that is shy. It's not terribly familiar with your people or the people of this world or this realm. And you're laying on your back, enjoying the moment of what it is. And as you open your eyes, you're kind of laid to the side, your head's to the side, and you look and make eye contact with this figure. As it makes eye contact with you in a questioning manner. You're not entirely sure what the expose of this person is, but you look at it and it looks back. No words are spoken, but it's there. What do you do?
I just smile at it.
It smiles back.
I'd probably go to touch it. Just slowly, like, to touch it.
It brings its hand up to yours and meets yours in the same time. And you feel it, and it feels like what a mossy rock at the bottom of the lake feels like. It's kind of soft and firm at the same time. It's smooth but rough, all in the same instance. And you kind of put your hand on it and rub it back and forth. You're not entirely sure what's happening, but it's comforting.
I'll look around, be like, is there any others? Just you.
Roll a perception check.
No.
No!
Oh, no.
Isn't over.
12.
12. You look around, and most of the tall weeds that you had walked through to get to this point are gone. You're in this lake. You can feel the water under your back. You're floating, and it's not deep. You reach behind your back and feel the ground. It's maybe 6 or 7 inches below your back, but you feel stone and cobble that's there that you could feel is soaking with algae and moss. And as you're touching the other one, you can feel as it kind of clasps your fingers entwined. It's good to see you.
Who are you?
I'm whoever you want me to be.
Okay. Okay. Aww. Well, it's good to see you then. You alright?
Lovely to see you, and I'm perfectly fine. And as she says this, it transitions. You're no longer floating on a lake. You're now completely underwater. You can see this figure's hair floating, almost ethereal, like an angel. You're no longer on land. It feels like in the sky, but instead you're underwater. And for a second, your breath escapes you. You're like, oh shit, I'm underwater. I can't breathe. But you take a breath and it calms you down. You're underwater. You can see little squids kind of swimming by. There's fish that kind of envelop you. A shark every now and then swims by.
I love being a druid.
A totally in different environment than you're used to, and it's kind of unsettling at the same time because you don't breathe underwater. I don't know this. I don't know what's going on, and then you take a breath and you feel the water fill your lungs and then escape it, and everything is at equilibrium and you're okay.
This is the way things should be.
As all things should be. With nature, all of us are born, and with nature, all of us return.
True.
You are an interesting one there.
I've been told that.
I
What do you want from me?
don't necessarily want, but wish to entice you with certain endeavors that may procure a better life for those ahead.
I am enticed. I am very enticed.
You watch as this mossy, like, you imagine a stone that's at the bottom of the lake kind of morphs into more of a mermaid figure and swims around you and circles up above and then settles back in front of you with the fish bottom half with the human top half. Nude on the top half, fish scaled on the bottom, and is sitting there just kind of floating, the tail every so often flicking back and forth. So you're welcome to what I may indulge you in.
What?
Bring your friends. Show them the
They
world.
can come here.
As she says, the world shifts around you from this underwater enticing nature, calming and oppressed, to the open grass fields with tree-lined exteriors that you're used to of home. Children are playing in ponds and people's houses are built of stone and mud. Show them. Let them experience the endeavors that you've put yourself through. And bring them to see me. And perhaps they might become as enlightened as you.
I'm enlightened. I will. I'm excited.
She clasps your face with both hands on either side. I can feel it. I know. You're the one, and I've waited for so long for someone of your nature to come by.
Ina's so happy.
And as she drifts back, you feel the hand kind of go from cheek to chin and pull back. But I can't talk to you here, so bring them there. We'll have a conversation.
What?
There might be a test, but I'm sure you'll pass it.
All right. I'll do your test.
Lovely. And she kind of leans forward and gives you a kiss on the forehead. The mermaid figure in front of you leans back, and you watch as this figure just kind of disseminates into black, and the entire world around you goes black. And you look around you and you're kind of like, what the shit happened? And you're walking and you can see the ripples in the puddle, like there's a light source, but you don't know where. And it's just pitch black. And then you open your eyes again and you're back in the Temple of All.
Oh my god. I have to go home. I'm going home. I'm gonna go and be like extra skipping my step, like just smiling, like ear to ear, just like so at peace, like eyes closed, kind of smiling, walking along. You know what I mean?
Easily enough to do.
To go to the gang.
The four of you rejoin in the middle of town, having done what you needed to do. Baron, you get another hour, we'll say 2 hours worth of work done. Actually, roll a performance check for me.
Yeah.
That one was not as good as my sexual performance. But I got a 7.
A 7?
I perform when it counts.
What'd you say? What was the roll?
It was a 7.
Okay, a 7. All right, so you get 2 hours worth of work done. So I'll say you have 2 full days worth of work left on the javelin. But you all meet back up in the middle of town. Baron is kind of putting things back into his pocket, stretching out, cracking his neck. What would you like to do?
Well,
we have the horses.
Yes, you were able to acquire horses, not acquire horses at little to no cost, non-varying to what you currently have, so it's not worth going through, but you were able to acquire horses to make the trek.
Right,
Most people around here are like, oh, you saved the city, here's what you want.
Oh, wow, I've become that status of celebrity.
Pretty much.
So, we got our horses. You know, you just have to lead the way, since truthfully, I don't know where your home is.
I'm excited. I can't wait to show you. Ina's just like so excited. All right, we ready?
I'm ready.
Midday we're going?
Yeah, it's like noon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon right now. All right, where is there it is.
Knowing Fork,
Yes.
your friend is possessed, isn't your friend, and is going to drag you into an evil god.
I know. I was kind of in the mind of like Ina would just be like so happy with like the vision she's seen. She's like, I just can't wait to go back. But like I'm also like,
Fork is more varied than everything's
trap,
awful.
maybe.
Maybe this is just a really blissful experience, okay?
Yeah.
Maybe
maybe her whole city has been replaced by vampires, and
I would never.
Vampire gnomes aren't that scary.
What are you asking, Rose?
You just punt them.
I wasn't asking.
Oh, okay.
I was just saying, knowing you, it's not going to be a nice trip.
Okay. You gather your horses and begin to make your trip. It takes about a half a day to get to what Ina knows as the path to her home. So it takes most of the evening, most of the day / evening to get there. You guys encounter.
I picked spells for pirate shit. Can I switch my spells?
Nope.
I didn't think we would be going into the woods.
Nope. You picked your spells.
God damn it.
You make your way down. Let me mark the path that you're making. It's gonna be in red.
Trees past Anina's homebound.
So you follow a familiar road for about half the journey. Takes roughly 3 hours to get to where you're at there with the red mark. At which point Ina is like, okay, we're going into the woods now, so I'm gonna lead you on a different path. And she leads you down the dotted path that's on the map.
The old bunny trail.
I kind of picture it like there's points where you go, like find a little spot and go underground and kind of do a little tunnel thing and then go up. So like people have to know where it is.
There are varying different terrains to get you to the point at the end of the blue trail. So as you get to the end of the red trail, Ina's like, okay, follow me. I know that we had a road before. There is technically a road ahead, but to get to where I want to go, we have to go a very specific route. And so she leads you through some trees where you have to go over some bogs, some underground terrain where there's like rocks that cover in entrances and things of that sort, and leads you to this edge. And you realize that it's an edge. There's an edge where it comes to a almost completely clear setting. Scarily creepily. Baron and Kazur, roll a insight check for me.
16.
16?
Oh man, my vision's failing me. I can't read. 10.
10. Okay, Baron, you realize this to be some sort of magical illusion thing that is happening before you. Nobody else notices it except, Ina knows about it. You recognize it because of your past indentures into arcane environments. But you enter it and there's a roughly 40-foot gap of what seems to be perfectly clear, uninterrupted nature of just wheat field / Bermuda grass that blows with the wind. Is very enticing to just lay down and relax in. Almost enough so that you would take a nap here and then continue on your travel elsewhere. Very indifferent. But Ina leads you into a path where there's no grass. There's just dirt. It looks like a very well-traveled thing. And she leads you. Does everybody follow?
Yeah. I don't see why I wouldn't.
We're following Ina.
I would be blindfolding them at some point.
And when would you like to blindfold them? Because we talked about this before. So at what point do you want to blindfold them?
Maybe
I should say this is the very entrance to the path that leads to your hometown. Is this crossroad field?
Probably this would be where I would be like, all right, guys, keep your eyes closed up.
So as you start to traverse this roughly 40-yard long stretch of what appears to be clear forest, Ina turns around and says, "This is blindfold time. Are you all ready for this?"
I mean,
I'm keeping my ears open.
I followed you into other places, so I don't mind.
Okay. So everybody follows along. They blindfold. You all.
I'll tie each other together so like we don't get straight off.
You're all tied together, holding hands, doing what you need to do to stay incorporated with Ina. You begin making your way in. You cross the, with your eyes wide open, you cross the field of seemingly open grasslands and make your way into the forest. As you're traversing, you know what to look out for, but your compatriots are blindfolded. So you try and lead them best astray of what trickery and traps that may lay. However, you can't avoid everything. So, what's the marching order? Ina's in front. Who's behind Ina?
Probably Baron.
Me.
Baron
I'd
is
probably
behind
be
Ina.
in the back listening for
Okay.
anything.
So it goes Ina, Baron, Rose, Kazur. Okay. So for the first trek, I would like Baron to roll a survival check.
What?
Ooh.
At disadvantage
9.
because we're blind.
At 9. As you're walking, Ina is kind of guiding you over roots and tree limbs and things of that sort. And as you come across one extruding root, as Ina kind of guides you over, like, lift your leg, okay, set it down, she misses something that is currently happening. You set your foot down and you feel it go, and you feel the ground depress about 3 inches.
Oh. I'm in the muck.
Do I know it? Like, what's happening?
Baron stops moving. So, like, you're holding his hand, you start to move forward, and he stops moving, and you try and tug on him, and Baron is a heavy dude. So it's just like, you stop and turn around, and you can see that he's just holding still.
Well, I would look at what he had done, stepped, and what had happened. Try and figure it out. But is it a trap? That
You
I should
look
have
down, and you
noticed?
see his foot standing on a piece of twig or rock or something like that. You're not... Actually, roll an investigation check.
Okay.
Why have we stopped? What are we doing, Ina?
I did
8.
something wrong.
An 8? Yeah, it just... I mean, to you, it looks like he stepped into some soggy mud or something, and his foot fell 3 inches down.
How far are we in? Not very far.
You're... As far as you know, it takes about an hour from the point where you were talking about. You're about 20 or so minutes in.
All right. For this point, I'll say blindfolds off. Just for this point.
Sure.
Okay, so you all take your
Okay.
blindfolds off, and it's a very confusing looking, like very jungle-like. It's not woods anymore. It's like you're in a tropic environment where there are vines hanging, tree roots sticking out of the ground by up to 5 feet, like almost as tall as Rose. Very jarring. You're not entirely sure what's going on. Baron, your foot is on the thing that sunk 3 inches. In between your legs is a root of a tree that sticks up about 2 feet-ish, 1.5 feet, something like that. And on the other side, your foot sits on stable ground. Kazur, you're in the back kind of looking like, what is going on? Why did we stop?
What are we doing?
All right. This part is hard for me to make sure everyone's footing is in the right spot. I need you guys to look where your feet are going.
Are there traps?
Yes.
Am I stepping?
I will
on a trap?
immediately
I believe so.
investigate for traps.
Roll an
Trap
investigation
area.
check. I would say for this one, having just taken the blindfold off, roll at disadvantage. Going forward, it'll be regular, but right now, just
Okay,
taking a
wow.
blindfold off.
There's another natural 20, but I'm not getting that. And then, okay, a 13. From a 20 to a 3.
Okay.
Damn.
You immediately let go of Rose's hand, kind of stoop down low, put a knee to the ground, and start looking around, creeping forward towards Baron. As you get over the the root that Baron is straddling right now, you notice a small metallic glint underneath his foot, and it appears that his left foot, as he's stepping over this root, is on some sort of trap mechanism. You're not entirely sure what it is or where it leads, but there's something not natural under his foot right now.
All right, Baron, don't move your foot. You're on something. I will attempt to disarm.
Yeah.
Roll a dexterity check with your proficiency modifier.
Because it's thieves' tools, right? To do
Thieves' tools, yeah.
it? Okay, so I double proficiency then.
Yep.
Okay, is that a 9 or a 6? I can't. Getting so late, my eyes are getting tired. 6 or 18.
18. Okay, easy enough to do. You find a large enough rock to interpret the weight of somebody stepping. You place a few sticks on it in order to give it a balance so that whenever Baron takes his foot off, it doesn't just like roll off instantaneously. And you place the rock on it, and then carefully, as Baron slides his foot, you roll the rock on at the same time, kind of keeping that pressure plate or whatever may be under his foot depressed as he pulls his foot away, and the trap is seemingly, for the moment, disarmed.
All right. That one's taken care of.
Thank you.
Wait, you wanted to blindfold us through a field filled with traps?
Rose, roll a dexterity check for me.
Oh, at disadvantage or regular?
Just regular.
Ina's gonna kind of get like candid, be like, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. Exposing the location of my hometown will not be one of them.
13.
So,
13, okay.
Sure.
Right. So as Baron frees himself and kind of takes a deep breath and Rose steps up behind him, you hear a clink, and then there's a bag that opens up over Rose's head, and you guys watch as this, what seems like plume of white / viscous / fatty just material falls down on her as you are now covered in lard.
ew.
God, what is on me?
Lard?
Lord?
Wait.
Like the cooking material, Lord?
Wait, Ina, are these traps non-dangerous?
Rose, roll another dexterity saving throw for me.
I'm she about to be larded and
Fuck
feathered
it.
instead of tarred and feathered.
Larded.
Get low.
I would imagine they'd be kind of dangerous.
That's a 4. I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
As she's covered in lard and kind of shaking, like, what is it covering me? Another bag opens, and feathers just fall over her, and she is now lard and feathered.
Did get lard and feather.
Oh no.
Who thinks this is a sick joke? My armor takes hours to clean.
Ina, behind you, you hear a
You motherfucker.
This is not funny.
She's angry.
I mean, it's kind of funny.
Oh,
Do you want some? And then she like smudges the lard and feathers onto you.
I will try to evade.
roll an attack.
Okay, what kind of attack?
Just an
attack.
unarmed attack. So d20 plus strength plus proficiency, I think.
Strength plus proficiency.
Because that you're a fighter, so I'm pretty sure it's strength is your modifier.
That's 23.
What's your AC? Kazur?
Can I use uncanny dodge because this isn't an attack? Like in some regard here, I know uncanny dodge takes
I'll
half
say
damage.
it won't get on your face, but she goes to smear it, and you put your hands up, and you're able to like block it from getting on your face, but she still smears the lard and feathers all over your arms as you kind of block it. So your forearms are covered with lard, but you don't get any on your face.
ha ha. Very funny.
This was unnecessary.
I agree.
Baron, please stop. Just not now, please.
You don't hear anything.
Like, can you help me guide them, please? It's hard to guide these bigs around this area.
Roll a persuasion check.
I'll say too.
I would really like a lot.
13.
13?
Please, Baron, please don't be a dick.
Rose and
You don't hear
freaking
any
lard
reply.
and others. It's hilarious.
Fine. All right.
All right. As Ina continues leading you on, Baron was first, so Kazura, you're second. I need you to roll a survival check for me.
Okay. I would say blindfolds back on before we start moving again.
I mean, that's fine if you want to put it on. If so, survival at disadvantage.
Sorry.
So Kazura, survival at disadvantage.
Wait, I'm blindfolded again?
Yep.
As is tradition.
Which also I should change the music here because we are no longer in the medieval town.
Look at me! Fuck! Just the sound of people stubbing their toes.
12.
12. All right, you guys begin to move forward in the environment that you're unaware of. Leading you onward, you begin to step a little more carefully. And as you're going, Rose, you're behind, and Baron, you're in front. All of a sudden, you feel that Kazura starts making his way a completely different direction. Not entirely sure why. He just starts walking directly north as opposed to the western direction that Ina has been leading you.
Do I notice?
You do not. Baron and Rose notice that he just starts walking north.
Oh, okay, new direction.
Because I'm behind and I'm holding on to Kazur.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I noticed that he's not.
I don't like
me.
this music.
Kazur, come to me. Come to my voice.
Kazura, a wisdom saving throw for me. Ina, you hear this. You hear Baron yelling, yes.
I would tell Bear to stop immediately, and I would go run chase them.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I don't like this. I don't like this music, Fork. Oh, God.
Ina and Baron stop moving. The other two begin moving northward.
No, I
14.
wouldn't leave Baron there. I would
Yeah,
take
no.
him with
You
me,
guys
yeah.
just stop moving.
Yeah.
But the other two, Rose and Kazura, start moving north.
Where are you taking me?
I'm running with Baron after him.
Can I respond, or
They're-
am I like entranced right now?
They're like 10 feet away at this point. They haven't moved too far out. Just roll the check that I told you to roll first.
No, it's 14.
14. Okay. You let go of Baron's hand and just continue moving northward. You hear Baron move, or Rose, you hear Baron say, Kazur, what are you doing? Come back. And you hear Ina like, hey, stop.
Kazur, where are you taking me? Do I try to like tug him back? Like
Roll a strength check.
What are you doing?
Oh, great. The new guy, where they're going to think I have some dirty things to do here. You're going to cause party conflict over some
23.
wicked gnome
23.
tree controlling me.
You, as he's moving northward, you grab his hand with both hands and just whip him around, looking at you in the face. And he looks
I
at you
can't
like,
see him. I'm blindfolded.
That's true. But you grab him and you whip him around, and you get the sense that he's facing at least in your general direction. And
I touch his shoulder to make sure he's facing me.
Are you... Kazur, where are you going? You're leaving the group.
Can I respond or no?
yeah, you can respond. As far as you feel it, this is the way to go.
This is where Ina wants us to go, isn't it?
Oh, well, I heard the voices back there. They said you were going the wrong way.
At this point, Baron and Ina, you walk up and see that blindfolded Rose and Kazura are next to each other. Rose has her hands on Kazura's shoulder, and they're having this conversation.
Blindfolds off! I'm mad because they separated. You cannot separate here.
Where are we?
Well,
What was going on in your mind?
I
In
was
my
just following
mind?
Kazur.
I was just following where I thought to go.
Why did you let go of Baron's hand?
I didn't know I let go of Baron's
We're
hand.
holding hands.
Roll an insight check, Ina.
We're holding hands. What are you talking about? 20. Not natural.
Yeah, he's telling the truth. As far as he's aware, he was supposed to let go of Baron's hand.
Oh, well, look, it's kind of hard to traverse with the blindfolds on. Maybe he just made a mistake.
No, I don't think that's it.
Ina.
I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic, like in the area, the region. What I mean?
Okay,
Or a
go ahead
magical
and
effect within range.
roll a d20 and add your spellcasting modifier, which I believe as a druid is wisdom? I believe?
Know how to do that.
So
Well,
just roll a d20,
Will be in your spell.
and then
Oh, the modifier. Okay.
your
yeah,
modifier
okay.
is +4, which is wisdom,
fif-
so yeah.
Yeah, 15.
Okay, so as this is all happening, Ina kind of concentrates, brings her hands to her chest, and then pushes it out on the ground, and you can all feel this kind of wave of arcane energy pass over you, and you watch as this dome appears above you and encompasses the area within about 40 to 50 feet around you, as it appears that something was dispelled. You're not entirely sure what, but
what'd you just dispel,
So it's very easy to get lost here. One of the reasons people never make it is because there's magic to get you lost, right? You need to know where you're going to get there, so it's important we all stick together. Bing.
Wouldn't it be safer to keep the blindfolds off then?
No. Yeah, it would be, but I'm anxious.
Well, if your people are magical, are you the only magical being, or there?
Ina, roll an intelligence check for me real quick.
Oh fuck.
Rosaline lets go of Kazura's like shoulder, leaving an imprint of lard and feathers.
20.
20.
Not natural.
So it's entirely up to you, but with this conversation that is transpiring, you're far enough in now that even if somebody had a absolutely perfect memory, the magical effects would deter anybody from finding their way in.
What about me?
You, having grown up here, are able to sidestep the magical effects and find your way back into the realm. I don't want to say it's a separate plane or a separate realm, but the magical effects that are here protecting it definitely make it feel like that. So you get the sense that you, at this point, could drop the blindfolds and still feel safe about it. Much more safe than just leading somebody to water and making them drink, if you know what I mean.
Look, Ina, to give you a guarantee here, back in my place, within my organization, I know that there are practitioners who have the ability to wipe memories. I believe with you specifying details or perhaps being awake during the procedure, that you could watch the three of us have our memories wiped of this passageway.
Personally, I kind of don't want to be messing with that kind of magic.
No,
I'd
do.
rather not die here in the woods and have my eyesight. So
It isn't
whatever...
I will forget the way back tomorrow.
It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I just can't risk it, but we are in.
At this point, you're about halfway back to your village at this point.
Okay. I'll be like, till we're out of this jungle, keep them off.
Okay.
Is the jungle the whole way for it?
Pretty much. Until you get to the village, it's pretty much wayward jungle. Yeah.
Okay.
So for the third part, even with Ina guiding, I want Rose to roll survival for me, as she's the caboose of this train.
Not particularly good at survival.
Neither is anybody else.
If we're all like not blindfolded, I think we should walk as like a two sessions. You know what I mean? Two sides.
That's fine. You continue traversing, stepping over roots, being very careful. Every now and then you feel something sink under your foot, and Kazura is there ready to disarm the trap or keep it held down, at least for you guys traversing through this woods. However, at one point, Baron steps over and misses something. As you're walking in a 2x2 stack, misses it, and Rose hits it. And this one's not a pressure plate. It's a tripwire. She hits it, and it wraps around, pulls her up, and she is now larded and feathered, hanging upside down, about 60 feet above the ground.
What did I do? Well, obviously she goes, "Woo!"
Yeah, she goes, strung up. You guys stop and turn around, and you see Rose hung about 60 feet above the ground, tarred and feathered, or lard and feathered, above the ground.
I mean, I can shoot her down.
Please do.
Roll a dexterity check for me right now. Before you shoot, roll a dexterity check, because you. It's a if you can, react to it at the time.
A saving throw or a check?
Just a check.
Okay, 16.
16. You turn around because you hear this of a rope being strung up along a tree rather quickly. You turn around in your crossbow and you look up and you see it, and you go to shoot, and your crossbow, the wire part of it is no longer strung. Which is what you missed on your perception check earlier, because he rolled a natural 20 and you rolled a 20 unnaturally.
Somebody please get me down from here. I can feel the blood.
So you would have to take a minute to restring your crossbow.
I would just, to be quick, I'd just switch to my longbow.
Okay. You switch to your longbow. Go ahead and roll a attack to hit the rope.
This might hurt, Rose.
You don't need to roll a disadvantage, but it is a much harder target to hit as you're targeting just a thin rope that is hanging in the air.
She's 60 feet in the air.
Yep. It's too late. He's already shooting.
I'm gonna do great weapon fighting to do more damage. No, I'm not doing it.
Excuse me. I don't like this chick.
24 to hit.
Yeah, that definitely hits, and your arrow pierces the rope, and she just begins to free fall 60 feet from up in the air.
Can I catch her?
No, don't
You
catch
can't.
me.
There's a literal person with featherfall ring.
Baron, are you doing something?
My featherfall ring only works on me.
Only works
Yeah,
on
but
him.
if you jump, catch, fall.
I can't jump 60 feet in the air.
No, but you can.
I'm not a druid.
He's
can
also
turn
a dwarf wearing heavy armor. He'll get like a foot off the ground.
If that. Is anybody doing anything?
Woman in a heavy armor.
I guess, could I
don't think 60
transform
feet
fast
will
enough?
kill you. It should kill you. You'll be fine.
I tried to do something before, but I wasn't able to. So
It's
no.
soft foliage on the ground, you know.
Could I transform fast enough or no?
No, you would. You could transform, but by the time she hit the ground, it would be over with. So you wouldn't be able to transform fast enough to get her. You take 23 points of bludgeoning damage as you plummet from 60 feet up in the air straight down onto the ground. 60 feet.
Thanks, guys.
God damn it!
I tried to do something.
Ooh.
It could have been much worse. I rolled like 5 ones. It was. Ugh.
I'll cast Cure Wounds,
hurts.
4th level.
Okay.
Boom.
I'll put my longbow up.
You get
and pull
20
out the
points
crossbow
of
and
health.
restring that.
20 points back.
Yeah.
Okay. You restring your hand crossbow, so that's good to go again.
I know
and
I'm
you think
not
to
a
yourself,
religious woman,
I
but
felt.
I did.
Go ahead.
Yes, I did pledge myself to Morden, so why am I being punished?
But because
I'm gonna-
as you're sitting there thinking, you're like, I felt that tug, but I wasn't entirely sure what it was. And now you know somebody unstrung your crossbow.
When was that from?
When you were standing in the street talking to Ina, Rose, and Baron, you were standing in the middle of the street during the rain. I had you roll that perception check, and you rolled like a 22 or something, but he rolled a natural 20.
Oh,
so
that freaking that gnome! He unstrung my weapon as a prank.
Yep.
That's a horrible thing to do. He's like, hey, yeah, that guy you pranked, he's dead because of your prank.
I gave you a chance to notice it. You didn't. Anyway, you're all back together. You notice the trap.
Panic, kind of, because I don't want that to happen again. So I'm gonna like look around and grab every rock, every stone, every little pebble I can, and give it to each of them. Throw it in front of you before you go.
Okay.
I'll go, and as I go, I'm picking more up to give to them.
As the last section of this traverse, I want Ina to roll survival at disadvantage. You have not been here in a long time, and traps have changed.
Survival at disadvantage.
Yep.
Okay, not great.
That is a mean forest.
Oh, okay, 16 is my lowest.
16 is your lowest. With the help of Ina's memory and traversing these woods before, you are able to traverse your way in. And as you encounter, you move through what is a seemingly thick and just malevolent jungle. You come out the other side. Some of you are wiping vines and spider webs off your face. You're stretching out it almost feels like algae that is stuck to your armor.
Before we get out of the forest, I want them to put their blindfolds back on so that, like, as they're walking in, if anyone watches or sees, they'll think they had their blindfolds on the whole time.
Okay. Okay. So as you're walking in, Ina turns around. You don't know this, but you're about 20 feet away. Ina's like, turns around and like shoves your blindfolds back in your face. You're like, oh, God. But you start like stretching and stringing this, like, it almost feels like seaweed that's clinging to you as you enter this clearing. And as you enter this clearing, you feel it turns from like a jungle environment from like 100 degrees with 90% humidity. It was very jarring into this very temperate kind of like 70-degree fall weather, just almost perfect all the time. You enter, and as you come in, Ina enters and is like, she lets out this deep breath of relief as you has entered her home now. And she turns around and kind of lifts your eye fold, and you look out and you see there are little thatch huts, things that are made of nature and things around you. There's pools of water spread about the place with steam rising out of them. Some of them have ice that are covering the tops of them. It's very inconceivable the way that this place is around, is that some things are hot and some things are cold. There's trees that are alive and trees that are dead. You're not entirely sure what the environment here is, but as you take your blindfolds off and you take that deep breath, it's like once you're out of a massage or a sensory deprivation or like getting a suntan, you take those goggles off and you're like, oh, everything's kind of awakened. You open into this large clearing, roughly 300 feet across. You don't know how deep. And you see children, adults, everything in between just meandering in this area. Roughly 75 people of all different races. There's tieflings and goblins and gnomes and orcs. There's a half giant that you see across the way that's currently rubbing mud on the back of a human. You're not entirely sure what to make of it. It's kind of jarring, especially for you, Kazura, as somebody who... You're used to a certain race of people, and you see a half giant meandering a bunch tieflings, and you see orcs meandering a bunch humans. Like, you don't know exactly what to make of it, but it's a cacophony of races and individuals interacting in this environment.
Bink.
And with Bink, we'll just pick up on this next time.
Okay.
But yeah, okay. You are now at Ina's home, everybody.
I was expecting some elder tree horror of some kind, honestly, when I was getting that wisdom. Like,
nah.
Luring me into the bog.
Nah.
We're gonna get into a fight and then stop.
There were definitely a bunch of different ways that could have gone, but the fact that Ina decided to guide you through it made it a little bit better.
Good.
I talked to her and she's like, I want to do this. And I was like, oh, that'll be fun. And then it just changed, but that's okay. But yeah.
All right, gamers.
Yay.
Well, Ina, you messed up because I can't remember the feat, but I remember everything.
Keen mind?
I don't have the keen mind.
Oh,
but that'd be funny if I did. It'd be real funny. Just like, so here's the trail. I have it sketched right here.
I'd kill you.
But we'll pick up on that next time, I suppose.
Yes.
With Ina's homeland. So.
Yeah, I'm falling asleep over here.
Yeah, it's all good, brother.
My medicine's kicking in.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we went our normal, I wouldn't say normal amount of time, but we went. I mean, we started at like 5, so.
Yeah, we need to get back to starting earlier.
Rose. I mean, what?
No.
It's all good. I don't have a problem with it. I know that you guys have different schedules, but
All right.
Good.
Have a good night, guys. Thanks for playing. It's good to be back. I hope we don't have to wait 3 weeks next time, but if we do, it's okay. It's fine. Everybody has lives.
Next time, we killed the Gnomish village.
Yeah. Hopefully not, but
how to make me want to fucking murder you in front 1 second.
I'm gonna go werewolf and feast on their bodies.
Have a good night, guys.
I'm a werewolf.
Thank you, Finn. Bye, guys.
Have a good night. Thank you for playing. Bye.
Bye.
All right, chat. Thanks for hanging out and experiencing everything as always. Not what I expected at all, but when do I ever get what I expected with this group? You know what I mean? Aside from that, I hope you guys have a great night. We'll be back next Sunday as far as I'm aware. Excluding extenuating circumstances, we'll be back next week for some excellent adventures. So make sure you're here. We just got back to Ina's home. It's gonna be a hoot and a holler. We'll put it that way. Rest well, Goofin. Rest well, everybody out there. And I hope you have a wonderful evening. I love each and every one of you. I wish I could give you more kitty cam, but he's not currently in his bed. So have a good night. I love you. And I love you. Have a good night.